everybody online and in person.
Recording in progress.
So we just came from closed session, as we do every regular city council meeting. And I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney to report out what we did.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council met tonight in closed session on one item, initiation of litigation. As to that matter, information was provided, staff received direction, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Heidi. So now we're going to have a moment of silence, and our council member Brian McCarthy is going to lead us in a pledge of allegiance after a moment of silence. So if we could all stand, please. Thank you, Brian. Next time, we're going to have the princess lead us in the pledge because you did a very good job. Okay, so we have some very special presentations, and I'll turn it over to our police chief, Steve Russo. Good to see you, Chief.
Officer Parra, you want to come up? This is Officer Parra and Riley, our police canine. Officer Parra was chosen as our Officer of the Year for 2022. His wife, Patsy, and daughter Zoe are here. Thank you for coming. So we have a proclamation from the City Council signed by the Mayor. This is recognizing you, Officer Parra, for the Marina Police Department Officer of the Year, whereas Police Officer Ryan Parra demonstrated outstanding leadership, superior work ethic, and commitment and dedication to the Marina Police Department and the City of Marina. Whereas Officer Parra showed his willingness to further his knowledge and experience by volunteering to attend a post-certified school to qualify as a motorcycle officer, acts as an advisor for the Marina Department's Explorer program, and has invested his time interacting with the City of Marina. Officer Parra is noted to be a mentor for new officers. Officer Parra is exceptionally proactive and made 22 DUI arrests, leads the department in overall numbers of arrests, and issued 233 traffic citations in 2022. Officer Parra has shown himself to be a consummate professional and eagerly seeks ways to improve his performance. Officer Parra's actions have brought credit not only upon himself, but the police department, the city, and the law enforcement profession as a whole. This council does hereby confer its highest commendation for a manner in which Officer Parra has performed his duties as a member of the Marina Police Department. Special thanks for his professionalism, dedication to duty, and the members of the public. It's hereby ordered that the city clerk cause this resolution be engrossed so that it can be presented to Officer Ryan as an expression of the council's appreciation for his dedicated service to the city of Marina, given this 4th day of April 2020. Congratulations. Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. I'd just like to share some short words. I would just like to say that I'm very honored and humbled in accepting this award. I'd like to thank my peers and the command staff over at the Marina Police Department, my family for their love and their support, the mayor and members of the city council, and last but not least, our community for allowing me the opportunity to work in such a great city. Thank you.
All right, we have one more award for our professional staff of the year, Bambi Phillips. Can you please come up? Bambi is really nervous about being here. Thanks. All right. This proclamation is the same as Officer Parra's, recognizing you for your outstanding work for 2022 Professional Staff of the Year. Bambi Phillips distinguished herself through her dedication to duty and superior work ethic. Bambi pays attention to detail. She has extreme knowledge of her job. Her self-motivation has made her an integral member of the Records Bureau and the Police Department. Bambi possesses a strong public relations skills that makes her very effective when dealing with the public, especially when interacting with difficult persons. Records technician Phillips, she works with 3 other technicians up in the front office there, but her desk is right next to the front window, so she has a lot of interaction with our public. Bambi's has brought credit not only upon herself and the police department, but the city and the law enforcement profession as a whole. Her enthusiasm, self-motivation, willingness to go the extra mile, and sense of humor has created a positive work environment. This council does hereby confer its highest commendation for the manner in which records technician Bambi Phillips has performed her duties. As a member of the Marina Police Department, special thanks for her professionalism, dedication, and duty to the members of the public. It's hereby ordered that the city clerk cause this resolution to be engrossed so that it may be presented to records technician Bambi Phillips as an expression of the council's appreciation for her dedicated service to the city of Marina, adopted this 4th day, April 8th. You have to stay. Thank you. Mayor.
I think it'd be great if we could get Bambi and Ryan back up with the council up front and yourself, and we'll take a
Absolutely.
photo. You just need, you give the camera to somebody who can take the photo. Maybe.
Want me to-
We don't get the chance to, or we don't take the opportunity to say thank you to folks like Ryan and Bambi enough, so it's really nice to have that experience. Proclamation, we're gonna turn over to Councilmember Ryan McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wore my purple today in honor of Month of the Military Child. And as I look around at staff and our mayor, who also have purple on, I have to wonder if it's a coincidence or not, but I know the community has strong support for our military communities. So I'm going to read part of this proclamation. It says, whereas Marina is proudly home to the former Fort Ord military base and continues to be home to active reserve and guard forces of the United States military. And whereas Marina is still home to hundreds of military children who each day experience unique challenges which they face with resilience and dignity beyond their years. And it is essential to recognize our military children do make a significant contribution to our nation. And I'm going to skip some of these other whereases, but now therefore it be proclaimed that we honored April 2023, Month of the Military Child, and hereby urge all citizens, businesses, and government leaders to observe the month within appropriate ceremonies, activities that honor, support, and thank our military children and youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now we go to a 3CE presentation, Central Coast Community Energy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. It is my honor to be here tonight to highlight Central Coast Community Energy's recent accomplishments, as well as our plans for 2023 and beyond. My name is Lena Wallace, and I'm a communications specialist at 3CE. I will start with a brief introduction to community choice aggregation for anyone who is new to how the CCA model works and how it differs from the investor-owned utility model. Then highlight Central Coast Community Energy's history and role in your community. Once a community signs on to a CCA, the CCA takes over electricity procurement while the existing investor-owned utility continues to handle transmission, distribution, metering, and billing. CCAs are public agencies and return revenue to their communities in the form of programs, incentives, and rebates, and can also assist with local job creation and renewable energy development. Our agency has seen tremendous expansion since we formed in 2017. We expanded from Monterey Bay to the entire Central Coast. Your community joined in 2018. Today, 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies throughout the 5 counties, serving nearly 450,000 customers and securing over $1 billion in renewable energy and storage agreements while returning $26 million to our communities. Over 94% of utility customers in our communities are enrolled with 3CE. And in the year 2022 alone, we delivered over 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity throughout our region. Also in the last year and a half, we enrolled the community of Buellton, completed enrollment of unincorporated regions of Santa Barbara County, and welcomed the city of Atascadero as our newest community. There's a lot of news to report, and I'd like to focus it on the 4 major benefits promised to our communities when we formed in 2017. Let's start with local control. Community choice aggregation allows local government to have greater control over the type and cost of energy supplied to their communities to ensure energy sources and rates reflect the community's values and goals. With 3CE, decisions about where your power comes from and how you are charged for it are made by local elected officials. We're making progress on climate goals together as a region, and we are far ahead of both state and federal targets to decarbonize our energy supply. Here in Marina, you share board seats with Sand City, Seaside, and Delray Oaks, and are represented by Delray Oaks Mayor Scott Donaldson and City Manager John Bruton on our board. So let's talk about rates. In March of 2022, we decoupled our rates from PG&E's and established our own rate-setting procedures based on cost of service, resulting in average about 18% savings for residential customers. Small and medium commercial customers saved between 2 and 19% during the year 2020 once we switched to cost of service, and we expect our competitiveness with the incumbent utility to continue. As you can see, we have worked to keep our service affordable for our communities. Now I will shift focus to our efforts to procure clean power. Today, we are at 50% clean and renewable and on track to be at 60% by the year 2025, which is 5 years earlier than the goal set by the state of California. Our strategy commits 3CE to meet 100% of its demand with clean and renewable resources by the year 2030, with balancing on a monthly basis, which is full 15 years ahead of the goal set by the state of California. 3CE is also pursuing offshore wind generation, an emerging technology in California. The auction for leases in federal waters off the Central Coast in December 2022 was an important step in bringing these resources online. In order to achieve these goals, 3CE's procurement team has prioritized long-term contracts that bring new clean resources online as quickly as possible. To date, 3CE has executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements. 5 of these projects came online in 2022 and add up to nearly 275 megawatts of generation and energy storage combined, or about 22% of our current annual load. Meeting greenhouse gas reduction goals is also about electrification. As individuals, the biggest impact we can make to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality is to replace fossil fuel vehicles with EVs and replace gas appliances in our homes. As 3CE works to clean the grid, electric cars and appliances will be emissions-free in their operation, and electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. The final 3CE commitment I am reporting on tonight is a continued investment in your community and all the communities in our service area. Here is what we accomplished over the last year, you can see on the slide. And looking more broadly over the past 3 years, 3CE has helped put more than 1,000 new and used electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers. By electrifying our transportation sector, these EVs have spared more than 6,000 metric tons of regional greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, in collaboration with funding partners like the California Energy Commission, 3CE has delivered rebates that will help build more than 1,000 new electric vehicle charging stations in our region. We've also paid to make more than 2,000 new affordable housing units all electric, and that support continues. Residential customers within the city of Marina are eligible for rebates up to $5,000 toward EVs and chargers and toward replacing certain gas-powered appliances. We also have programs aimed at helping our member agency partners advance electrification and stay up to date with building codes that advance electrification. And business-friendly programs designed to electrify new housing, including farm worker housing, to upgrade ag equipment, and to install DCFC Level 3 chargers. With an eye to equity, coupled with an awareness that many of these enhancements are out of reach for our underserved communities, we provide an additional $1,000 up to Electrify Your Ride and Electrify Your Home rebates for income-qualified customers. In partnership with the state, 3CE has garnered over $240,000 for your community. Please see the rebates and incentives page on our website for more information and to apply. With the continued support of the City of Marina staff, council, and the community, along with the rest of our communities, 3CE will continue to deliver innovative solutions, impactful programs, and exemplary service along with clean and renewable energy. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
All right, great, Nina. And thank you for this not being the first time that we get these updates. It's great. It must be very difficult to go to all your jurisdictions like ours. It is. We appreciate your effort. And we have a question from Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm very familiar with the work you do and some of your board members. which brings me to the question is, do you have citizens on your board?
So we have a community advisory council made up of, just, everyday citizens in the community. We have a policy board of directors and an operations board. And those are,
So follow up to that, what if anybody in the public wanted to get involved or learn more?
yeah, if anyone would love to come to our, board meetings, they're open to the public, for the most part. And it's all on our website of when you can attend those meetings and what days they are.
Marina, a follow-up to that. Is there discussion about discontinuing or changing the advisory board structure?
Not that I know about this moment, but I can ask our leadership and get back to you on that.
Okay. My memory was that at the onset, there were differences in opinion. And as it moved on, I thought I've heard sort of like whispers in the media or somewhere that that there was the possibility or discussion of discontinuing the Citizens Advisory Board, but I could be very wrong.
Sure. As of now, we still have our community advisory council, and they continue to bring their great ideas to us. And if there are any changes, we would let you know. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Happy to. Thank you. All right.
And I think this is a follow-up to what the mayor addressed. As you look at the organizational structure, if you're 50,000 population or above, you have an automatic seat on the policy board and your city managers on the operating board. But then all the other cities, kind of based on the population, they group them. Some are two in a group, some are three. We're the only cities that are four in a group, and so what that means is we rotate on a cycle. They're on the board for 2 years, and so our mayor is on the policy board once every 8 years, versus most of the other cities. They're on it every year. Some are on every other year. And so we're in the group that is the least represented. So that's always been an issue that I think we would like to have the board
Thank you for
address
bringing that.
and see if we see how they can make it a little bit more fair for us.
Absolutely. I will bring that back to our leadership and get back to it in a week. So thank you for that.
Back to Mayor Protem.
Thank you, sorry. Just because I look at our electricity bill on the regular, is there opportunities for jurisdictions to take part? Are we taking part, and how can we maximize our carbon neutral goals
Sure.
using your services or your agency?
Sure. So on your bill, we are a separate line item. It says Central Coast Community Energy, and that's the procurement side of things. And so I'd have to bring that question back to leadership as to putting, City of Marina on there, if that's more the question, or if I'm not understanding the
I
question.
guess the question is, are we participating in this? Are we participating in energy, or do our residents have that option? Does as a city, we have that option?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Does that mean we're part
Yes,
of it?
yes, we are on the city's end, and our residents definitely participate in getting those rebates and different programs. And as they continue to expand, those are things that we can add more to our website as we continue to improve our website. Is put some of those links and information on our website.
I think it's a great question, Mayor Protem, because I bet if you look at the numbers, our residents probably don't apply for very many of the benefits that are there because we probably collectively don't do as good a job as we could telling them what they are. And even if we did, they still might not because they're so busy, 2 jobs and different languages. So, Lena, how many languages do you outreach?
Yeah. As of now on staff, we do have Spanish speaking staff members who are happy to help our customers with any applications. Our website has multiple languages that can be translated, and we always have our customer support team ready to help with.
Do you know which languages?
I have to look back. I know Spanish, Chinese, and I think there's 2 other ones on there, but I'd have to look. But yeah, we help everyone through their applications if they need it, and just call us.
Thank you again very
You're
much.
welcome.
Oh, we do have Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a remark that, yes, I was able to take advantage of one of the incentives thanks to a newsflash that the city sent out. So I would recommend anybody sign up for our messages from our city. That was how I got informed sometime last year. So thank you. I am.
All right. Now we're going to go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to know, I remember when you first started, there were a lot of citizens who were a little reluctant to do this and whatnot, but we did sign up. But how many individuals, people are signed up in Marina?
I'd have to look back on our numbers and give you that answer.
Okay,
I'm
thank
happy to do so. For the Save Marina total, yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to say a wrong number.
Yeah, and I'd like to see if
Yeah.
it's been increasing over time.
Okay.
because that would help us.
But just to estimate, it's for sure over 85. It might be as high as like 91.
Really?
And it's a little bit below average. I think most of the cities in the coast here that we're proximal to, they're in the low 90s, mid 90s. So we're a little bit behind, but still, 85 to 90 to 92 out of 100. That's pretty high.
Okay, great. And also, we will probably be working on a climate change action plan. Do, do, does community energy, do they have any services to help their customers with those kinds of plans? Because you have so much expertise in renewable energy.
Yes, we're absolutely willing to help with your plans, and there have been other member agencies who have come to us asking for. So
Right, because that we're working on it now.
Yep.
So this would be great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And we hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Okay. So thanks to Lena and everyone that we recognized tonight for being with us. Now we're going to move to council and staff announcements. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Is this the portion where I tell you that there's a Marina Man and Woman of the Year coming up? I was getting the date for you, but we've got Nancy Fortman and take me a minute to remember the date on that. I'll come back to that one. I also wanted to share, as far as share that some of the things that we've done. Yes, I most recently attended the hospitality gala from Monterey County, honoring Mr. Bert Cucino. That was a good event in Monterey. Hamptons in ribbon cutting that happened last week. Today's Crack that happened. It's open today. And Water Education for Latino conference in Van Nuys, California. And I'm getting the names. Masterson James. No, it's Mike Masterson won the Marina Man of the Year. Nancy Hartman Women of the Year, and Jeannie Nakagawa a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm getting that date. Up. I believe it's this weekend. Sorry, I should have this up. I don't have it. So I just want to make the announcement that the Man and Woman of the Year Award from the Marina Foundation is coming up.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo an announcement that was made at our last meeting from Council Member Medina Dirksen, and that is that on May 8th, we intend to hold a town hall on unhoused and homeless issues. May 18th, sorry, from 5 to 7 p.m. Town hall on homeless and unhoused issues. Kind of hear from the community, share some resources that we're able to pull together. It's May 18th from 5 to 7 p.m.
All right. I want to remind everybody that April 15th, Saturday, is a large Earth Day event festival in Marina. First couple hours, people choose from about 10 service projects to volunteer, get their hands dirty, like painting a mural or putting in pathways or putting in raised garden beds. lots of different projects. And there'll be a free fairy house workshop for people between the ages of 2.5 and 102. So pretty much everybody. It's a great event, Saturday, April 15th outside the Marina Library. A free Chinese buffet lunch to everyone who volunteers. And there'll be a band and a festival-like atmosphere, and all the children, Kathy, under 12, under 15, go home with a quality gift. And Kathy's in charge of that. Thank you, Kathy. It's hundreds of dollars of gifts going out to kids. Almost, every child will go home with something. It's a lot of fun. I wanted to kind of give a rolling thank you, because organizations like the Marina Youth Softball, Baseball, they work really hard, and I'm reminded of them when I drive around town, because the parks where they're playing have a lot of people having a lot of fun, and it takes a lot of volunteer time. Nobody gets paid to organize all those teams, coach those teams, and be on the board and run the snack stand and all that. So it's kind of an ongoing contribution they give. I just wanted to give them some thanks. Many of you may have ridden on those hand cars. Now that the weather is better, they'll be happening every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You get up to 4 people on a car, and you, under your own power, you go 6 miles on the railroad. Last year they had 6,000 riders, and they're shooting for 20,000 riders this year. But it's a hoot. It's fantastic. If you have friends or family that like to have fun, or they're visiting in town, it's a unique experience to ride the railroad with your own in a car on the railroad, hand car. I want to say thank you. This past Saturday, April 1st, we had about 35 volunteers at our future city Hilltop Park on Fort Ord at 9th Street and 4th Avenue. And we had a live Dixieland jazz band, so it was really fun. And they planted all the plants that we had for them. But that was the last event. So I wanted to bring it up that we've had 6 of those planting events, 1 every month, including 2 in January since December. And they have put in the ground 2,000 holes, approximately, filled with 3,800 native plants that they grew themselves after collecting the seeds themselves. So it's easy to see. Go there anytime at 9th Street and 4th Avenue, and you'll see all the color flags on the hill on the sand dune, which is our park. And you can walk around it now, and it's got a beautiful view. So, we can start to enjoy it, even though it's not officially open as a park yet. And I got a couple of notes. April 15th, the day of Earth Day, is also the Man and Woman of the Year Award dinner from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Spring Hill Suites. And it's hosted by the Marina Foundation, who is a private nonprofit here in town. And then there's city Easter activities, events coming up. Lane, can you help us with those details, or where to go to find the details?
Go on our website and you can find those details.
So cityofmarina.org, and then they go to the recreation department
Correct.
tab, and that'll take you to the Easter. So don't forget, there's Easter egg hunts and other activities going on to celebrate Easter. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for these notes. All right. I thought there was somebody else, but everyone's okay. So does staff have any announcements like Easter? All right. So now we'll go to the public. Anyone with anything on your mind you want to say that's not on the agenda later tonight? And we'll start with the people here in person, and then we'll go to those folks online. Yes, come on up, and you have up to 3 minutes should you wish to take it.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Katia Gutierrez, and I am with Sunstreet Centers, and we are here to urge the council to update the tobacco retail licensing, to update it to the county regulations, which is stronger than state, and ban flavored tobacco. And, we have really been working at this for a very, very long time. We have done tobacco litter cleanups here in the youth center in Marina Parks. Councilmember Brian McCarthy actually joined us once. So he has also seen, the amount of cigarette butts neighborhoods that are in these places that our children are playing in or doing sports, and a lot of other things. And, I have our youth members here from our Safe Teens Empowerment Project in the Peninsula, our STEPS program. And they, in our meeting, they gathered just a little small statement that they want to share with you in order to, have the discussion about banning flavored tobacco. So I'll give it to them.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Andy Garcia, and I am a junior representing the Safe Teens Empowerment Project, a program of social centers. Our goal is to prevent drug and alcohol usage among minors, reduce alcohol-related traffic fatalities, and with providing peer-to-peer education within our community. We would like to share our stance on this matter by supporting the ban on flavored tobacco products in the city of Marina. I may not be too familiar with the area, but I do know one thing. The community should be allowing flavored tobacco to be selling in the area. If our youth population starts vaping or smoking at such a young age, they are more likely to continue using substances when they are adults. Enforcing a ban on flavored tobacco products in Marina will lead to creating a safer community for the younger generations. Yes, it is true that no long-term effects of vaping have been confirmed, but the youth are becoming addicted and they're scared to think about the possible consequences later on. We do not want all these flavored chemicals to continue risking the health of our youth and adults as well. Therefore, we ask you to update the tobacco retail license ordinance to include a flavor ban. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Andy. Well spoken.
And just one thing, with that being said, for any NPUSD parents or anybody that's interested, NPUSD and Sunshine Centers will be hosting a drug awareness event April 14th at Cesar High, but any parent from NPUSD is welcome. And in this event, we're going to go ahead and educate the parents on tobacco, alcohol, marijuana, prescription drugs, vape, and vaping, and we're also going to be handing out Narcan. So just wanted to throw that out.
And before you go, although you didn't speak, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Santos.
Santos?
Santos. Santos.
Santos. Thank you, Santos, for morally supporting your colleagues here. Thank you all. Thank you, Gabriela. Okay, anyone else here live who wants to comment at this time? Okay, let's turn it over to Bart Bruno, Carlos, Aaron Anderson, Mike Kennedy, everyone online. If you'd like to speak, just raise your hand. And hello to you all, even if you don't speak at this time. All right, we'll close public comment and move on to our consent agenda. And I guess I should say anyone who is in the public online or in person, that is your time to comment on consent agenda items, because we're going to move to our consent agenda now. So Tanya, you have your hand up. So we're going to reopen public comment and emphasize that this is also your time to discuss anything you want on the consent agenda. Okay. Matt, I don't know if I'm co-hosted. I can't. Okay, Tanya, you should be unmuted.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm sorry, I didn't get my hand up fast enough to make a public comment in the general time. Is it okay if I add something now? Alrighty. Thanks so much. Wonderful to hear the young people from Sun Street Centers speaking today. It's really important to hear youth voices on this topic, and we're proud to say that there's youth all across Monterey County going in and speaking in public venues as part of a campaign that we're supporting across all of Monterey County in honor of National Takedown Tobacco Day, which was last week on the 31st. But with our partners at Sun Street Center, we've organized tobacco litter cleanups all across the county. Several that are still coming up. There will be one in Soledad on the 11th, one in Salinas on the 13th, and one in Monterey to kind of cover the Peninsula City's beaches on the 13th. So warmly inviting any of you council members or any members of the public to join that wonderful event, and just continuing to urge and support councils to take action in protecting our youth from flavored tobacco and other harmful products by strengthening ordinances and adopting tobacco retail licenses. So thanks for your time and your consideration, and great job to the speakers from Sun Street Center today. Your voices are powerful, and grateful you turned out.
All right, thank you very much, Tanya. Last call to everyone else who wants to speak on public comment, including the consent agenda we're about to go delve into. All right, I don't see anyone, so we'll close public comment and move to that consent agenda. Does any member of council have any question or comment or want to pull anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I have, I do not want to pull anything, to be clear, but I do have 3 comments, on 10F1, 10G1, and 10J1. That's opioid settlement, the VTC, and the Bird Scooter report. Yes, thank you. So, with the opioid settlement, issue, which I fully support, I just want to mention that I represent us on the Community Human Services Board, and I sit on the Cal City's Public Policy Committee. This issue of opioid addiction comes up every time. There is some evidence that there are some Narcan-resistant opioids that are now entering the market, which is very scary to me. But I hope that we could, this money that we're likely to receive is not going to be a lot, but I hope that we can use it wisely, and really invest in trying to solve this epidemic. Those are my comments for that one.
VTC?
So there's actually 2 items on the VTC, and I just wanted to make a comment that I am hearing more and more from the community some concerns about these properties, and I don't think it's in the realm of what we need to discuss tonight, but as we sign these agreements, I think maybe we need to have some further discussion down the road about what the actual use is that's happening at those facilities. I don't know if the city manager has anything to add.
You have a few items in our attorney, Karen Tateman, who's online. She may want to add a few things. We've been talking with them, and the VTC parcel, it was different from your Ford parcels. They actually got it directly from the Army before FOR was in place. And so they have a whole different set of restrictions and documents that they are required. And essentially, I believe that transfer came to them strictly for, primarily for homeless veterans. And so what this low market rate housing agreement, our attorney worked with their team and their attorneys along to make sure that all those original restrictions, agreements that were part of that land transfer are part of this agreement. And the other part of that we spent a lot of time was the actual review of the agreements, their reporting, their monitoring, and potential audits. That those are all included, and there is a fee that we'll collect to be able to exercise audits if we need it, to be able to follow up on the monitoring report. And so there's a lot that we don't understand, but the agreement in place makes sure that all those original restrictions are in place.
One?
No, Mr. Mayor. Just 10J1.
10J1. Bird Scooter project. Did you have a question on 10J?
I do. It sounds like council member, did you want to pull that? If so, I'll save my comments. Okay. She has a question on the BTC.
Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem then.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. No, we have
Mayor. Without pulling the matter, do you care to share what the concern might very well be?
I think the concern is just really whether those facilities are serving the intended communities that that our community believes that they serve. So, I mean, that's probably as general as I care to get at this point, but just wanting to make sure that if we're saying that it's a veteran-centered facility, that we're focusing on serving those folks and that we're keeping the community aware of what's going on.
all right, and the discussion is great, but we're starting to get nervous about maybe we need to pull it. and have
No,
that
thank you.
decision.
That was all. Thank you.
All right, and then the last item, 10J1.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for indulging my numerous questions on these issues. But with the bird scooter report, I was just really thrilled to read that, and I think that it's a huge success story. There was only, what I read, 2 complaints from the public about misplaced scooters, and I would have never have guessed that the number would be that low unless I misread it. But I will also say I hope that we can continue to get this kind of data in the future, especially the kind of data that says where people are using this mode of transportation. I think it could really benefit our city. So I hope this isn't the last report of that kind that we get.
And so we can do an annual follow up council on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I'm not going to get into discussion, but I just want to point out the unique riders column on page 1. It appears that there's about 300 unique riders every month between December and March. So those unique riders in December are not the same unique riders that are in January. So it looks like you have new people every month, hundreds of them using these. Pretty good. Okay. Council member Fiala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some comments. I'm sorry that Councilmember McCarthy went on, but I did want to talk a little bit about the VTC Center, and I don't know whether we pull it if other people have other comments, or maybe a second comment is already something that maybe we should pull it. I'm not sure how. We should pull
Yeah,
this.
let's pull it since it sounds like you have a more than a typo or something like that.
Yes.
So we'll pull the Veterans Transition 10G2,
Okay.
and that'll become our last action item of the night.
Okay, and then scooter issue. I don't remember which number it is. The scooter issue.
Yes, and before you get started, our city manager reminded me that our legal counsel for this VTC issue is on the line. So we'll get to this item 10G to immediately following the consent agenda. I'm
And then-
sorry, Kathy.
And just a short comment on these scooters. I was also surprised that there are only 2 complaints. So I'm also wondering, since this is our first go at it, because it seems to me that I've just visually seen so many more than 2. So I don't know. And I hope that we have it in the packet. There's a number in here. It's just very hard to make a complaint when you're driving in a car and you see things and you're off to someplace else to pick up a phone and or go back and take a picture. So I just hope that that Bird takes very seriously that there still are far more than 2, I believe, of not appropriately parked scooters on our sidewalks. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wait, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my hand up.
Okay, let's go to our city manager. No? Okay, so would someone like to make a motion outside of 10G2? In just one moment. Councilmember Fisher. Sorry, I didn't see your light earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, just to comment about 10J1, the bird scooters, I also was very happily surprised. I did send an email about scooter park on a sidewalk at the beginning of the year. I did not see it in the report, but it might have been at that point it was still hard because there was a form you can also fill out, and the city of Marina was not yet in the drop-down menu. And I checked yesterday, and it now is. So I think there are improvements. And maybe for the public, it's good to know that you can email hello@bird.co.com, and they can take care of your complaint. Or if you download the app, there's a map, and if you need to know, you need to click on a triangle at the left bottom side of your map, and then it's very easy. You can take a photo, you can take a photo of the QR code, and so I think they improved the way you can report it. Yes. Even if you don't want to write the scooters, you might want to download the app. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So would someone like to motion to approve the agenda minus 10G2? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda minus 10G2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember McCarthy. And all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Now, all in favor, please say no. Thank you. So that motion passes with the five of us voting unanimously. And we move to 10G2 regarding the Veterans Assistance Center, and we'll start with Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very happy to see some specific language about if there are some untoward effects of the VTC. I think the VTC center will be in a very highly valued portion of our city, the Cypress Mills development, in which we have high hopes of getting affordable housing there and many other amenities for our residents. Um, because the nature of the facility, I was really happy to see not only language about the facility itself being maintained, but also it looks like there's a management agent. And they have a lot of programs for the veterans who have had um, severe difficulties in life, being homeless or unhoused, and probably lots of other issues that are being maintained in heavy, sounded like before, heavy programming and oversight and support services. So I think that I hope that we understand that this component of those facilities has potential impact in that area. And so I was very happy to see that there are some safeguards. And it is not in a way, in a demeaning way, but the fact is that there may be increases in some social issues or some crime or whatever as a result of the residents there. And that's just the reality of having a program as intense as what they're proposing there. So I see there's a lot of language in there, and I just wanted to make sure that that the city has the ability to communicate if there are issues that kind of spill over into the newer developments. Ultimately, that is all going to be filled in at that point. So those were my concerns, and the language seems to be pretty strong in terms of, if there are any transgressions that the city can report things, and also that there's performance reviews and the replacement of the management agent if there does, come to some lack of services that or information or corrections to the issues that we might spot. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Um, I'm happy that we're seeing these 71 apartment units going up. This is going to be for veterans that don't like to use the word homeless, but unsheltered and those needing extra help. But I do wonder 70 units will be rented and one will be reserved for the manager. Whether or not this property is subject to any of the other facilities type maintenance that we require of, for example, the dunes or the type of trees that are planted and or I mean, first of all, that's my first question. I'm not seeing this in here because we've been very staunch about really wanting native plants and the type of landscaping that goes on there. That's my first question.
Um, yes, we do have those who are already approved. So that project is already approved. The landscaping plans, all those have already been approved. So tonight is just the public services improvement agreement and the below market rate housing agreement. So those other ones with landscaping trees, that has already been approved well over a year ago.
Okay. My second question, I guess I will go there, is when we do we know who they will be reserved for aside from veterans? Do we have did they have any agreements with the state or any other agencies to house any category of veterans?
And that's a really good question. So we're just beginning to work with them to understand uh, initially what those original agreements with the Army are and restrictions, and again, our understanding that um, the words of those agreements are it's primarily for homeless veterans, and so that's who their targeted population is. But we're going to work with them. We don't have those agreements, but we're working with them to get those original agreements, those applications for that, so that we'll clearly understand what those terms, what those agreements are, and then we'll work with them to make sure that they are in compliance with that, and we're sure that they want to. But we don't have those yet, and our attorney Karen Tiemann has been doing a really good job working with them on establishing exactly what those original agreements and applications are.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yes, the city manager was going to contribute some more information. Did you want to do that? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I think that what I was kind of inferring is what is the relationship between the city and the the programming at the BTC, and so that if for example there are some folks that are non-compliant with their program, does the city have any one way saying that there are certain things that they're observing, or the other way the program folks are thinking about the person is not appropriate for those programs because of non-compliance, that kind of thing.
Okay, before you answer, let's make sure that the programs are part of tonight's discussion, 'cause maybe they are, but maybe they're not.
Um, yeah, there are. So there's parts of that BMR agreement that talks about that, and so um, we have built into that contract the ability for us to monitor those agreements, the reports that they have to make to the state that talks about their programs, use, all that stuff. So we will be able to audit those reports, get copies of those reports, and understand exactly what everything is going on with that. And it's all built in. Um, we built in we have fee structures so that the cost of our monitoring and audits sometimes if we need to do that are covered. I do want to make that now that uh, the city of Marina several years ago really took a big step in a big commitment because the zoning didn't allow for all those additional 71, 72 veterans units. And so the city made a huge commitment and went through a process, amended its exit commitment to the general plan to allow um, a significant number of veterans to go there. And that's a huge commitment on the city of Marina's part to essentially bring in a lot more homeless veterans into our community. And council member Beal was talking about that you know, there are certain impacts associated with that. And so we're going to really have a close relationship with BTC and work with them on that. I just want to highlight this city stood up, made a huge commitment, changed our, uh, our text in the general plan to allow a huge dense population of veterans to now additionally be in our community.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I keep coming back and forth, but you're making good points here. I have a question, but I'm going to preface it by saying this weekend I had a quick conversation with the city council member of another city who pointed out how much they are doing for the unsheltered, and I had to stand up and really share what we're doing. And do you have numbers, city manager, of the overall portfolio of what our city is doing in terms of sheltering the various categories of unsheltered? What would this bring us up to? And if we have a comparison per capita, for example, we're a city of 25,000 people, and I just know that we are doing so much, and that's all. Can you give us the numbers? What this would push us into?
Yeah, I don't have it on the top of my head report, but we can certainly work on that and put that together. I think that'd be very useful to have.
I think so, to be able to really point out that we are doing a tremendous amount in our city.
And while we may not have a quote unquote homeless shelter, we have emergency shelters. Is that not correct for women? We do have a portfolio in place.
We have a lot of different type of shelters for different groups that need it.
You know, we have transitional 2-year programs for women and families, for instance. But we don't have emergency shelter. We have a home protection,
Correct.
but not an emergency.
That's
Any more input? Mayor Pro Tem Dina Durso? Okay,
No, that I just think that we should have those numbers somewhere, so we can clearly show that we are doing heavy lifting here.
oh, numbers of people housed in our transitional programs.
Yeah, and the types of portfolio that we have, just because I do know we are doing a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
If there's no more questions, we need to approve this item separately, correct?
Oh, I had some things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Um, there was a comment about crime, and before we approve this tonight, I wanted to make sure that we don't have a egregious crime problem, and it's because I guess I want to ask the police chief, Chief Russo, is there a significant higher number of crime associated with the neighborhood in discussion compared to the rest of Marina that's, you know, shoplifting at Target or, you know, is this a crime node that's notable compared to other areas in Marina?
Mr. Mayor and Council, the crime that occurs there is isolated to individual residences, nothing more than would be in any other parts of the
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for the crime. And then I see in this document we're about to vote on that there's landscaping maintenance, standards. And I wanted to ask maybe our department director, community development department, or Lane, our city manager, uh, are those similar to the rest of the city, or are they higher standards or lower standards?
Brian can speak to the public improvement agreement, but the affordable housing agreement is a pretty standard agreement.
So the maintenance and
Aaron.
landscaping has to be in good order, and the city has 15 days to expect it once they're notified. Is that what we have on our apartment complexes and our stores landscaping and our own landscaping, or is this a higher standard?
For that would be in the project conditions of approval. When I reviewed them before the meeting, they seem relatively standard for what we normally put on projects.
Okay. My question was because if we applied those standards to the rest of the city, we'd have a lot of 15-day notices going out.
If I could
Mark.
interject, Mayor.
Yes, Karen.
So the regulatory agreement that you're being asked to approve tonight does impose a higher standard on your affordable housing development. And this is similar to the requirements that we put in place for the affordable housing that's being built in the dunes and any other projects that are coming forward. So it is a somewhat higher standard and a desire to ensure that all the affordable housing stock in the city is well maintained.
So why would we apply a higher standard to affordable housing projects than market rate commercial residential projects like multifamily projects?
Well, in part because you have the opportunity with the regulatory agreements, we're required to restrict these units because they are inclusionary units. And so typically we would put into the regulatory agreement additional requirements with regard to maintenance. But it is also, in most jurisdictions we work with do this because there is sometimes the perception that affordable housing isn't as well maintained as market rate housing. So in order to avoid any concerns about that, which is just a perception, I will say, the regulatory agreement does give the city the ability to monitor the maintenance.
Well, I'm glad we do it, but I don't want to perpetuate the optics if it's not based on, you know, reality. The last question is to you, Karen. I understood recently, well, maybe 2 years ago, that the federal agencies changed, I should say, lowered their requirements for admissions to these residential areas we're talking about so that we had folks that were normally be less welcome, being allowed to reside in Marina. My question is, they might be in compliance with today's requirements, but if the feds change the requirements in the future, I don't think the VTC has any choice but to follow them. But what role does the city have if the new requirements in the future conflict and maybe downgrade the requirements that we're agreeing to tonight?
So there's a couple items there. So this project is being funded not fully by tax credits, but they're also receiving funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development under the uh, No Place Like Home. Sorry, my acronyms just went out of my head. Under the No Place Like Home program, which is primarily designed to provide housing for homeless individuals. And it's also receiving funding from the state under the Veterans Homeless Housing Program. So those programs are going to dictate who the occupants of the housing can be. And, it is primarily geared towards a population that has been unsheltered or is at risk of losing their housing. So those are the primary criteria for both of those programs. The federal government, the restrictions that the federal government imposes are solely related with respect to the acquisition of the property. And those restrictions are in the quitclaim deed that was conveyed in 1994, I think, or something like that. So I don't think those are changing. But the one thing that we did put into this agreement was that if they were to change, if the owner developer were to change the population that they're serving, they do have to get the city's consent. So currently, our agreement restricts our expectation is the population will be homeless veterans primarily and people who meet those definitions under both of those state programs. If they were to change that criteria, then we would expect them to come to the city and tell us that and get our consent before there's any change.
Push comes to shove and the state changes the requirements and the VTC wants to get along with the state because they want to be welcome to future funding opportunities. Does the language in here give us any teeth? Or if they do come to us because they're required to and we can't reach agreement, who retains the upper hand?
Well, if they're required by their state funders, we're going to have a very hard time saying that they can't do that. I just want to be honest about that because the state is providing a significant portion of the funding for this development. City isn't providing any funding, but we are restricting it because your inclusionary ordinance requires that the units be restricted. So hopefully that won't happen. But typically with these programs, when you receive your funding, is you're locked into the guidelines that are in place at that time. So I'm not going to promise you that there won't be a change coming down from the state. Statewide, the programs are supposed to serve a different population, but we typically would expect that the regulations in place now are the regulations that are going to apply for the duration of the state funding.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Let's go to Councilor Rial if you want to make a motion, and then we'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Well, she has more comments, then go ahead.
Okay.
I guess this is a question possibly for our police chief and for legal. If, for example, some of these homeless, and unsheltered veterans are, say, sex offenders or recently released from programs or institutions, what legally would we know? When would we know it? And would we have any opportunity to, I just know of instances when the state releases certain ones into populations. Sometimes they either don't know or there have been concerns about that. So I guess from a police point of view, what happens in those instances? And then legally, do they have a duty to notice us or the residents ahead of
Yes.
time?
Council, Mr. Mayor. If they're released to the city, they're required to register as a sex offender, then we would register them. About notifications, it really depends on what kind of crimes the person has committed in order if you notify the surrounding residents or those individuals. So it just depends.
Does that mean the onus is on the resident to look up Megan's Law? Or
Yes.
okay, thank you. Then my question goes to legal. Is there anything that we could do to have better notice? Anything we can add to what they're asking of us to accept?
With regard to sex offenders, the
Thank you, Chief.
Megan's Law cannot be used as a basis for housing decisions. So any information on that database cannot be used for purposes of making decisions about who or can or cannot reside in housing. So on that one, there's not much more that we can do. I do just want to say that the way that the No Place Like Home program, which is part of the funding program for this project from the state, defines homeless and chronically homeless, people who are exiting institutions are eligible, but only if they've been in such an institution for a short duration. So it is not intended to be a program for people exiting the criminal justice system after a longer than 90-day incarceration.
And what about the other population of, I guess, not that I'm suggesting we use Megan's Law, but is there any, can we be noticed if homeless veterans have sex crimes or are sex registrants? Because it would seem to me that,
So Christina,
I mean, they do.
before
it's
you
your-
go on, Karen,
Okay.
I'm not sure that we're on this topic, but it doesn't mean you can't have this discussion with Karen, after meeting or some of the.
thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Ayala, were you gonna make a motion or do you have more input as well?
No, I don't. But you need to go to public comment.
Yes. So before we go to public, make a motion, we're gonna go to the public. And since we didn't introduce this item like a normal agenda item that we would do that normally because it was pulled off the consent, I just want to remind folks that we're about to make a motion on whether or not to approve an already approved affordable housing of 71 unit apartments. And what we're approving tonight is a document that's called an affordable housing agreement. So they got the approval to build, but it was contingent on getting this approval tonight, which is approving a document. And that document talks about the level, the income level that people have to come in, as far as has to be low enough, the estimated rent, the term of all the affordable restrictions, number of the affordable units, which is 70, one plus that for the supervisors to live in, the property manager. So that's what we're approving tonight is or disapproving is an affordable housing agreement to allow that building to be built. It's not the building, it's the housing agreement that will be in place with that building between the city and the Veterans Logistics Center. Okay, so with that, we'll go to public comment. We'll start with people here in person. Anyone wish to comment? Okay, we're not seeing anyone rise. We'll go online, starting with Denise Turley. Welcome. Good evening, Denise.
Hi, thanks. My question is this housing or other housing being planned? Will it help the grandfather I met over at the health clinic who suddenly found himself with the custody of grandchildren since they were going to be taken away from their parents? He had his DD 214 in his pocket. He just wanted to know, could he be housed along with children? That's my question. Thanks, guys.
And we'll answer all the questions as soon as public comment's over. Thank you very much, Denise. Anyone else wishing to So if you'd like to speak, raise your hand, please. Okay, seeing no hands being raised, we'll close public comment. And the one question, who would like to answer if a military family, essentially a grandfather and his grandchildren can move into these 71 units? City Manager Rainbow? I'm sorry, go ahead, Karen.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think that there's any restriction on families. This is not a senior facility. So I would assume that that would be okay. But that
Yeah,
might
I
be
think
a question for the developers, which is.
And I'm not sure of how many one bedroom and two bedroom, and I think some three bedrooms. So clearly, they're building it for um, units for families, for multiple people.
Oh, right. Four bedrooms, not gonna be a single person. Yeah. But it might be adult only, if you say it's not. So great, that answers that question that as far as we know, families would be welcome, but it's really a developer question that we can't answer for sure. And we don't have a developer representative participating tonight, so we can't get that question answered. So Denise, if it's really important that you know for sure, please contact staff as soon as you'd like. Okay, anyone, I think we closed public comment. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I make the motion to adopt the resolution number 2023-XX, approving an affordable housing agreement for the Veterans Transition Center at 229-22239 Hayes Circle, APN number 031-021-040.
is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fisher. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. Everyone said yes. Five of us approved that unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And thank you very much, Karen. If you're going to leave us tonight, we really appreciate your time with us. All right, so we go to our action items. To receive a presentation on the general plan, probably our Community Development Department Director, Guido Persico, has been working very hard along with Allison Hunter. Hello, Allison.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Just very quickly, I'd like to introduce Troy Reinhalter. He's with Ramey and Associates. There are consultants, as you know, preparing the general plan update, general plan 2045. And as part of the scope of work, there is, of course, robust outreach and engagement with the community to cover all of our bases in terms of different communities and special stakeholders and other groups that will be very important to ensuring that our general plan update is meets all of the requirements of the state, but also as a personalized document for the city for 20, 25 years to come. So this Troy's, oh, it's right there, of course. So with that, we're going to hand it over to Troy, and he's going to go ahead and make a presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Welcome, Troy.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Thank you. So really excited to be here. Hello to all the council members and the residents. It's good to see everyone again. This time I'll be doing a little more speaking than the previous time in January. I'll be giving an update on the engagement plan and the various activities that we have planned for the 2045 update, many of which we have already begun. Next slide. So as we had discussed last time in January, the general plan is really your key foundational document. It sets all the policies that guide decision making going forward, and it sets really the direction sort of broadly for the city. It's intended to be updated every 15 to 20 years so that we can really address the issues of concern that emerge for the community at the time. It's an expression of our shared vision for the future of the city. It's essentially the city's constitution. Next slide. Here is the projected time frame for the general plan update. We began earlier in January of this year, and we're hoping to be finished by the end of next year, 2024. So we're currently in the first phase discovery. Next slide. So now I'll walk through the community engagement plan. This is really an expansion on some of the concepts and ideas we presented previously on January 25th. And I just want to underscore that this is really a living plan, a living program, and we certainly expect that we'll make changes along the way as we receive feedback from the community and the council, and we conduct additional activities and we see what's working and what's not working. We've split the plan into two parts. The inform part is really all about letting folks know what's happening, and involve, which is really about maximizing the participation and feedback that we receive from the community regarding the direction and the vision. So broadly, the purpose of the plan is really to identify the preferred methods for conducting outreach to our diverse stakeholders and residents, to analyze the specific demographic groups or other groups that we need to engage with, and then to describe the ways in which the residents of the town will really shape. Next slide. So at a high level, the goal of the engagement for the general plan is really to inspire and, more importantly, empower the community to participate in the process. We'll do that by offering a wide variety of ways to participate. We'll target groups that are not traditionally involved in a planning process. We're conducting culturally appropriate engagement to reach all the wonderfully diverse groups of folks who live in town. And of course, we'll track our progress over time to make sure that we're being effective at engagement, so that we can make sure that we're bringing everyone into the fold. Next slide, please. The inform portion of the engagement plan is really intended to ensure that residents are kept up to date on progress on the project and any key decisions that have been made, and then to extend invitations to join city and staff at key general plan related events. Specifically, this will include logo and branding, which you can see on the right, the email database of interested parties, social media accounts, press releases and ads in newspapers, announcements at council and planning commission meetings, flyers, both digital and physical, for engagement events, and then a physical postcard that we'll be mailing out to all residents shortly. Then finally, translation and interpretation of these materials and ads. Next slide, please. So this project fact sheet is an example of an informed document that we've prepared to give a really brief overview of the project to interested residents or stakeholders. This fact sheet is now available on the website, and it can be printed for easy distribution at events or pop-ups. Next slide, please. The website, www.marina2045.org, is now online. You can now go check out the website. At the moment, it's a little bit sparse since we're just getting started. It contains some project startup materials, but we'll be adding over time to the website with a calendar of events, notifying community members of upcoming activities, an engagement page that will include all the summaries and materials from past engagement events for those who are unable to attend. And you'll be able to join the mailing list on the website and contact us. Next slide, please. Next, we have the involved activities. These are highly interactive, and they're all meant to be key opportunities for listening to the community and discussing trade-offs and key plan concepts. These 7 activities include the GPAC, or the General Plan Advisory Committee, large community workshops, smaller pop-up workshops, a series of stakeholder interviews, educational videos that will be posted to the website, online surveys and feedback forms, and then focus groups. I'll describe some of these activities in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. The GPAC has been recently formed with the help of this council. Our first meeting is this Thursday evening. As we discussed in January, the GPAC is really meant to serve as a high-level sounding board for certain key plan content, and then especially to help us direct the engagement in the most effective manner. Members are subject to the Brown Act rules, and we hope that they serve as ambassadors, public-facing proponents of the project. We plan on holding approximately 8 to 10 meetings. Next slide, please. A really core element of the engagement for the general plan is a series of highly engaging public workshops, which will be organized concurrently along with key planned phases of work. Aside from the first workshop, which is virtual, the rest of these will all be in person. They'll include activities that build on the success of the recent Cypress Knolls charrette. We'll look to hold our workshops on weekends and or evenings to really maximize the opportunities for residents to attend. We are currently finalizing the dates for our first 2 workshops, and we'll be sharing this information as soon as we can by email blast and posting it on the website. Next slide, please. So alongside the sort of more traditional, larger public workshops, we'll be doing several rounds of pop-up workshops. When we say pop-up workshop, we typically mean a table or a tent set up at a public location, often a park, or alongside another ongoing community event or activity. Staff and the consultants who are present and will be available for more casual interactions, question and answers, and discussions around plan activities. Often we have fun games for kids, raffles, prizes, and other interactive components. These pop-ups are really meant to specifically reach folks who don't come out to other types of workshops or do online engagement. So we'll be going out to the community at least 4 times, possibly more, during the planning process in locations across town, such as the farmers market, the Asian market. There's a full list of locations in the plan. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there will be other activities as well. We are currently in the midst of conducting stakeholder interviews. Some of you have been interviewed as part of that process. We'll be conducting in a similar fashion to the pop-ups 4 to 6 rounds of surveys online to obtain detailed input on plan content. That content will really track our project moving from the vision to the alternatives to the policy framework. Finally, we'll schedule a series of focus group conversations with key demographic groups in the community, such as the Asian communities in Marina, environmental justice groups, youth, and students. And if members of council have other ideas or suggestions about specific groups that we should meet with, we would welcome that input. We'd love to know. Next slide, please. So finally, tracking the progress, as I mentioned, is really critical to make sure that we're meeting our goals and the objectives, the stated objectives of the engagement process, so that we're truly representing the broadest extent. So we'll be tracking demographics of participants in all of our general plan activities to the fullest extent possible. And we'll use this information to tailor future engagement events so that we can attract members of the communities who have not been participating. Next slide, please. Then, as I mentioned, there's a number of activities that we've already completed, such as the website, or other activities that are in progress, such as the stakeholder interviews. As I mentioned, the first GPAC is scheduled for this Thursday, where we'll be initiating the committee, discussing rules, bylaws, and then initial issues and opportunities in brief. Our initial workshop will be entitled "What is a General Plan?" Will be virtual and will be in late April or early May. And then, as I mentioned, the second workshop will be in person and will be late May or early June. Educational videos to sort of summarize findings from our discovery phase will be posted in that same time frame to coincide with that workshop. Next slide, please. And that is it. Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. So back to the mayor.
Thank you, Troy. Really well-timed check-in with us. I appreciate it. The initial engagement that's already happened, how much of that was in a language other than English to the stakeholders, stakeholder interviews?
The initial engagement has been largely in English as we sort of figure out the groups that we're looking to expand greater accessibility to. I think one of the key first steps for us is to reach out to certain communities and look to find out the ways in which they'd like to be engaged with, or from a linguistic perspective. But this first wave of communications has been largely in English.
Right. Has it been 100% in English?
Well, the website is available in multiple languages. The website just launched. The website is translatable into Spanish.
But as far as the stakeholder interviews, could people sign up for a stakeholder interview via the website if they didn't speak English? Or is the stakeholder interviews invitation only?
So the stakeholders interviews are invitation only. Those are sort of a targeted list of individuals that staff felt were critical to discuss. So it was invite only.
Okay. So along with that, that theme, the fact sheets, those were in multiple languages.
The fact sheet will be translated. We had just finished the initial copy. We'll be translating the fact sheet into multiple languages.
Okay. And then postcards are difficult because of space. The April 2023 postcard that you mentioned going out, what languages will be distributed in?
We had not finalized the design for that. We're open to input on that. We could, like you say, space is a constraint, but we're happy to do multiple language. I think that would be a great opportunity to have as many languages as we feel are necessary on the postcard.
Yeah. So maybe postcards in English with sentences in various languages telling them if you want this in Korean, go to this address or something like that, some link. The 7 types of activities, are some of those going to be in other languages or to places that they speak other languages? Okay, so I think I'm lost right now because the city attorney just passed me a note saying public comment. So we had a presentation, now we're having clarifying questions, and then we go to public comment, right?
Well, we do, after the presentation, have brief technical questions, but the idea is to go out for public comment first and then come back for further question and comment.
Okay, I thought mine were technical enough, but, let's stop me and go to Councilmember Yella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Um, I think I'd like to reserve mine for the criminal comments.
You're afraid of her?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's go to public comment. Paul, you're it. We'll go to people here in person first, and then we'll go to the, folks online.
Hello, good evening, Paul Bruno, local business owner. I'm happy to see we're going through the general plan process. I would hope that when you're looking out for stakeholders, consideration of the property owners and businesses, because we can have all sorts of great ideas, but if somebody's not willing to fund it, build it, make it work, it's not going to happen. I'd like to see ideas come to fruition, and you need those who actually are going to get it done. So, be sure to include us as stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. All right. Chief, are you gonna speak? Let's go to folks online. Anyone, just raise your hand if you'd like to speak to us remotely. We'll give everyone another moment. Welcome back, Denise Curley.
Hi, this is something I think pretty simple. Have you thought of groups, say a religious group, and I don't mean a particular religious group, but that combined with cultural groups, however that would work out. That's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Anyone else wishing to comment? Just raise your hand. Okay, we will close public comment. And Troy, can you answer those questions?
Sure, yeah, we've reached out to a number of groups. We didn't have a specific religious entity in mind, but we've reached out a number of cultural organizations and ethnic organizations. But again, we're still open to new ideas for other groups that we should reach out to. So if there's some specific faith-based groups that the council has in mind, we'd be happy to hear.
All right. Thank you. I mean, I guess the churches would be a great place to start. Okay, so public comment is over, and now we're going to go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Two questions. The first one, I actually had in mind before Mr. Bruno made his comments, but I'm trying to understand the value of soliciting feedback from non-residents, whether it be, and the reason I thought of this is I saw Walmart as a place to collect feedback. And I happen to know that our Walmart has a lot of non-residents there. But is there a difference between, let's say, local businesses, non-residents? Are there other stakeholders other than residents of Marina traditionally, or in a general plan, do you usually focus on people who are physically living in the city, voters? You have some color to that?
That's a good question. I think there's value in knowing the ways in which non-residents might use the city, might visit the city, shop in the city, work in the city. I think that for sure, generally the focus is on the residents as far as their quality of life and their vision for the city. We will often have on a contact form or a feedback form or a survey form, resident, non-resident, or where do you live in the city, those kinds of questions so that we can identify if there are threads of thinking that may be different for residents versus non-residents. I would say that we would generally try to prioritize feedback and interaction with residents, and where we have the opportunity to distinguish, we would do so. But there are elements of the sort of city's conduct and planning that you might want to have a sense of how a non-resident views the city or experiences the city.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, ever since Councilmember Biala told me this word, environmental justice, about 6 years ago, I have been absolutely fascinated by the concept. And I see in our staff packet, there's some discussion about two census tracts, 201 and 202, which both happen to be in my district. And when I go to Cal Enviro screen, I see that actually that map seems to depict environmental justice issues as a little bit bigger. And so I'm wondering, first part is why just 201 and 202 have kind of been distilled down. And then the second part is just kind of if you can add some, I didn't hear much discussion about those census tracts and environmental justice and kind of why that's important.
Sure. So the way that Senate Bill 1000 works is that it identifies specific criteria for what's called a DAC, a disadvantaged community. Those include the percentile in the Cal Enviro screening. Those include low income, high pollution. There's a certain set of specific criteria that must be followed or that must be met by a census tract to qualify as a DAC. And the ones that meet those two criteria specifically are the one that is identified as 201 and 202. It's sort of around the Del Monte and Salinas Avenue and the Reservation Avenue. So whatever reason it is, I think in this case, it's that it is a combination of the Cal Enviro Screen score, the income, and the pollution status that means that those two locations are designated as DACs. That's part of the SB 1000 process, is to identify disadvantaged communities within the city for the criteria. I guess I'll say that, sort of stepping back more broadly, that those DACs are something to look at, but there's no reason to not apply an environmental justice framework more broadly to a look at the city in terms of its policies and its goals and its implementation actions. And that's the way that we've always approached environmental justice. Sort of Ramey Associates has been working in cities addressing environmental justice issues for a long time before SB 1000. We've always felt that it's very useful to have a comprehensive a sort of EJ lens when you come to look at an update of a general plan. So I don't think we would constrain ourselves to those DACs as far as an EJ analysis. We've scoped a whole environmental justice-based task includes specific engagement with focus groups, includes obviously a separate element that comes out of those discussions. So we'd be looking to have a fairly broad, I would say very broad discussion about EJ that could take into account issues within those DACs, but there's no reason to not consider EJ with outside of those DACs as well.
Okay, thank you. So is that to say that in order to have a DAC, you have to be a SB 535 community?
No, a DAC is just across the state. If you meet their criteria, then you are considered to have a DAC.
What I'm getting at is I'm trying to understand the significance. We are the only community that shows up on Cal screen on the peninsula, and so I'm trying to understand the significance of that and kind of how that plays into the general plan.
Got it. If you do not have a DAC within your jurisdiction, then there are less requirements from an SB 1000 standpoint. I think there's less analysis and engagement required of you as a city if you do not have a DAC within your boundaries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question probably for Allison. I've seen photos of city staff tabling at the farmers market, and I was just curious, how did it go? Did you have information in different languages, especially at the farmers market? What was the interest like, and are you planning to go back?
We are definitely planning to go back. We've had some interest. We've had handouts in Spanish and English. We had one survey about general plan interest in Spanish that we got a few respondents for. Guido is going to be tabling at the Earth Day event coming up. So it's myself and our intern Zach were at this last farmers market on Sunday, and the weather was not great. So there weren't a ton of people at the farmers market, and we only had a few people come talk to us. Was not as actively following them around as the mayor does, like physically bringing them over to our table. But we've had a lot of fun, and people are interested in talking with us. But one thing I would like is to have Spanish speakers or Korean speakers. I'm really trying to work with our commissioner on the planning commission to actually table with us, so that there are people at the table who look like the community we're trying to engage with. So I'm working on it, kind of in process, but it's been good, and we plan on tabling a lot more at farmers market and other activities that come up. Troy brought up a good point about bringing this to where people are. So, if we hear about Latinx function, we'll try to be there. So, things like that, we're definitely open to.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the farmers market will be very effective, but it will help with the rain and stuff.
Yes, when the weather continues to improve, I think it will get better.
Yes, so thank you very much for doing that. And yeah, getting other people from other languages. Yeah, that would be even better. Thanks.
All right, thank you both. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have several points. So let me just say to Troy, I don't know whether you were aware that the city of Marina has for several years been fighting a environmental justice issue with a desalination project that unfortunately we lost on the third hearing. However, the first two hearings, the Coastal Commission vetted us completely as a under the all the the criteria as a bona fide disadvantaged community of color who falls right into every category. So you might want to read the different chapters. They devoted separate chapters to environmental justice. So Marina as a whole qualifies as a as an EJ classic example, actually. So all the things are in there, the census, the everything. So please look at that, because I think you can, at this point with the Coastal Commission vetting, that you can consider all of Marina as exactly what will qualify as an environmental justice city. So I look at some of the outreach, and by the way, this is my perennial request is, could we please have the copy of your presentation? You know, we have it in a packet form, but always the presentations are much more organized, much more concise and understandable. So if you could please pass that along, I'd appreciate it. So there is a lot of emphasis on electronic access. And I will tell you that back about three years ago, a nonprofit 501c3 organization reached out to primarily the Asian community, but there were certainly many other signatures of non-Asian folks, and we collected 381 signatures, and they had to look at pictures and you know, understand what the petition was about. So when you compare that to the other um, types of surveys, I'm afraid that if we're really serious about doing this, that we're going to have to use some very hands-on, face-to-face contacts, because I think that that's the way some of these traditional ethnic communities are best served. And it does take more effort, and certainly their willingness to participate in governmental surveys or, you know, projects, et cetera, has 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 really been challenging. And even for myself, and it's taken me 4 years to get communities to feel more involved. So I think this is coming at a good time, but I think that we have to really think outside the box in terms of how we outreach, because so many of the listed ways are, you know, are more email or surveys, online surveys, things like that. And I think that's much more difficult. Um, I want to, and I know, I truly understand that this is going to be a challenge and it's harder work. So even on the farmer's market, for example, Allison, as you're pointing out, to have, you know, and I'm not bilingual, certainly, but I think that there's a certain affinity for people who, as you say, look like each other. And so they would be less hesitant to engage. I think we have to go back to those almost basic ways of outreach for certain populations. And that includes, and I think, Denise, thank you for the suggestion of the churches, but that is a lot of ethnic folks do congregate in churches, and we're not asking them to be political on this. This is, you know, a process of surveying the community. So I think that, you know, we can do that if we have inside people introducing us to the churches or the temples in town. And again, using very specific community leaders, identify community leaders within each of those groups. And then I want to point out about how we use statistics. And I wanted to just kind of talk about one that happened in the city in 2021. And this was, we had a big postcard. It was really nice. It was sent out to, I don't know how many thousands of people's homes. And it was asking about the priorities for the budget. And I remember the presentation, and one of the first slides was about the respondents, and there were 647 respondents. And what struck me about this is, of course, you know, with minorities, they were very smallly represented in the survey. So, for example, the white population in this survey was 59%, when the census indicated it was 36%. So that kind of gives you an idea of the challenges that we're facing. And they did, from the survey, they listed all the things that were priorities for the community, like the streets and sidewalks were the number one, and somewhere in the middle it was services, and then public safety, and then last was diversity and social equity. That was the last when they compiled the survey results. And at that time, I said in council, I said, well, what if we just separate out the minorities and see where this diversity and equity piece would fall. And I had no idea. I thought, well, maybe, you know, I'm going to be wrong, and it's just it's going to be lowest on their list. So they reconfigured that information, and lo and behold, what we had is on the diversity and social equity efforts, the white Caucasian population was at the lowest, and the minorities were rating this far higher. So again, depending on how we survey, but also how we interpret the results are going to be really key. So even if we have lower numbers statistically, I think we should still use those smaller numbers and find out what is thinking, even though we have lesser numbers. I'm just, you know, giving some cautions about how we go into the general plan um, analysis of data. And so I think that's for right now. That's all. I'm very interested in this topic. I know we've got so much hard work ahead of us, and you know, I think it's going to be really worth our while to do this heavy duty outreach in ways maybe that are not the most quickest or easiest, but I think it's to the benefit of all of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Uh, did you have more? All right. To Allison Hunter, there's nothing more dear to me and Marina than the farmer's market. And I really appreciated the prizes you gave out. They're nice bags, and it helps, you know, get people engaged to know they're getting a prize. But I would expect that the farmer's market, given how many regulars it has, that you might have declining returns, right? And so even if you get good representatives at the table that you're wanting to reach out to the communities they represent, you know, it just might not happen as much as you want. But I'm really glad you're going to give it more effort there. Um, the sports groups, that would be so easy because they have breaks in the innings, they have breaks between games. They're definitely going to have a bend or an emphasis. They're going to want to see more parks and ball fields in the general plan. We kind of know what they want because they're at a ball game, but of course they'll have other ideas too. But I think that's like a captive audience. It happens on a regular basis, almost 7 days a week at places like Los Alamos Sports Complex. And there's a high percentage. I guess there's a high percentage of people of color. But what I should say is that they seem to match Marina's 68% people of color. So it's a good place to get diverse opinions. And have you already, these are so obvious, you've probably done this, but I just wanted to ask to make sure. Have you already reached out to Friends of Marina Library, Marina Tree and Garden Club, the Rotary, the Kiwanis? Have you already reached out to those groups?
Some of those groups, not all of those groups. Oh, sorry, that's Allison.
That's okay. I was just calling on you, Troy.
Yeah, we've reached out to some of these groups, but not all of those groups. We reached out to the Rotary and sorry, I missed some of the
That's
other
okay.
ones.
You know, you get you get the point. Just the groups that meet regularly, it seems like to make a presentation to them, they would be welcoming you and it would be a no-brainer. Although they're not that well attended, you still get quasi community leaders or community leaders at those meetings. And there's a new formed Chamber of Commerce. So kind of to Councilmember McCarthy's point, some of these people do not live in Marina, but since they're stepping up to the plate to be on the new chamber board, which had gone dark for a few months, I think it's a really good place to get business input, along with what Mr. Bruno was suggesting earlier. And then the GPAC, the meeting's coming up, the first one of 8 or so. Do you have a sense of how many people are going to show up? Do you have RSVPs or anything like that?
I can take this one, Troy. All of the members, we have 9 members. They've all confirmed they will be attending. The meeting is open to the public, but we're going to have public comment at the end for a very specific period of time to allow the committee itself to get through its agenda and really accomplish its task. And then if there are public people at the end, they can throw out their comments, but keeping it not waylaid by public comments so they can really focus.
Do you suggest we do that in the city council meetings? Or this is GPAC special?
You know, it's GPAC special.
Okay, it's special. Did we lose the youth representative?
No, we still have Maya Morrow.
Excellent. Excellent. That's great. 'Cause she represents like 10,000 people already. I think that's all I had. Oh, 7 types of activities. Can you put that slide back on the screen, Troy? 7 types of activities. I just wanna
That's
look at it again.
slide
I'm
9,
sorry?
Matt, I think.
I wanna look at it in the lens of, is it going to get diverse interactions? Probably it is, but it was just so quick, I didn't get to really digest it.
Yeah, I think maybe Matt has the slide.
And maybe this will spark council's thoughts on what other activities we might do that might get, diverse participation.
Yeah, let's go to slide, I think it's slide 9 had the list of the 7 activities. There it is. Great. So I think the question was, which of these activities um, can we enhance with greater language accessibility? So the first one, the GPAC is really intended as a very small group, as Allison was saying. So the plan was not, again, this is the plan that we can discuss the plan as we see fit. But the plan for the GPAC was that not provide any special translation. That's a very focused small group of people. We can discuss that as needed. Community workshops are probably the biggest opportunity for language translation. We plan to have flyers for those all be translated so that folks can know about the meetings. And then we'll sort of work this out, I think, as we see it working best for us. But we would intend to have simultaneously translation available at some of those workshops. And we can figure out, given the budget, what's the best approach to do that. But we certainly intended for there to be simultaneous translation, or I should say interpretation, at the major public workshops. The pop-up workshops, as we were discussing, we'd like to find more ways to integrate representatives of the community into those workshops. Again, the materials and the announcements, the flyers for those pop-ups, we would look to translate those certainly. I think we'd love to continue thinking about and talking about the best ways to get members of the community available for those tables to help, again, like we said, greater affinity. Stakeholder interviews, those have been conducted just in English at the moment. They've been invite only. And I think to the extent that we're looking to interview certain ethnic groups, I think that falls more under number 7. And number 7 is sort of an opportunity that we can use as we see fit. We could identify specific ethnic groups that we want to have a language specific outreach discussion with that group. That's something that we can, I think, sort of see as we go along. We can determine that as we go along, and as we start to talk more with certain groups, and we see who's most interested in how they would like to be participated with. I think that's where number 7 can be deployed flexibility. If we see a specific group that would request, a language meeting, we could use number 7. And then number 6, surveys and feedback forms. Most of those we could translate fairly easily into other languages. As Councilman Biala said, I think we can think about. I think like the plan is very digitally focused on the survey side, and part of that is for cost. A physical survey has more cost implications, but we could always start. We could do an initial online survey, see what the response is from a demographic standpoint. We have the ability with online surveys to very rapidly say this demographic responded in this way or did not. And then we could look at the budget and see if we wanted to shift more from some online to physical surveys. That's an option. So those are sort of the piece in terms of the interpretation. I think number 2, number 7, number 6 are the biggest opportunities for multilingual interaction. But we can keep talking about this list as we go down the line.
Okay, you spent a lot more time on that than I expected, but I'm glad you did. The educational videos are what's catching my eye right now because stereotypically, and I think there's a lot of truth to it, the people of color are a little more shy. They're in some cultures, they're not trained to get involved and stick their head out and speak out. And so I think that the educational videos would be a passive way for them to be inspired if you said, do you like your street? Do you want better streets? Do your kids have enough to do in town? Whatever the lead on questions could be in these videos so that people might be personally incentivized to get involved where the video tells them to at the end. If you've heard anything you want to follow up with, contact this video address, email address or website or whatever. But I think the educational videos in multiple languages could be something that we all could share via social media and in other ways. Um, so what that's the only one that you didn't talk about. Can you talk about your plans for that?
Yeah, I was just trying to double check. I don't believe we explicitly scoped for those to be translated, but that again, we're at the point where we should talk about planning what we'd like to change in it. So that could be something we think that is the way to go. We could do that. Sure that's not that difficult to do. Is more just a question again of limited resources with the on-call engagement. That may take resources from something else, or we could simply do fewer videos in more languages.
Or we could do add-on funding. If it costs $15,000 extra dollars to do videos, that's where you get to where Allison was talking about, where people representing the Korean community, speaking Korean to them in a video in the safety of their own home might be a very relaxing or, acceptable way for them to hear the message you have to offer. Okay, that's all I had. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so tagging along with that, uh, the educational piece, I just want to make sure that I sort of crystallize this idea. It's who you ask, but also what you ask. For example, in an educational video, if you show two acorns and one's a different color from the other, and you say which do you like, you're going to get an acorn. But if you put three different things that could have an acorn, an apple, an abacus, or whatever, you're going to get a different answer. So it's not just who you ask, but you really have to look at, for example, if you're showing architecture to an ethnic population, would you have sort of a modern design, Asian design, or would you have a Santa Fe style of Mexican design? You need to like expand the question of what you're asking people to say, what are your preferences for? So I just want to caution you about that. But I also want to say something that just happened this week that sort of hit me about how I'm still learning about what this diversity, equity, and inclusion means in practical terms. And I was boasting to somebody about these wonderful, sports centers that we're going to have and all the bells and whistles and everything. And this person says to me, and who is an Asian person, says, well, does it include table tennis? We used to call it ping pong, and badminton, because Asians like that kind of sport. And I suddenly was, yeah, well, and I never thought of that. So again, depending on, who we ask and what we're hearing back, it can be kind of a little bit shocking that we don't include that, that because it's not in our mindset and somebody else might be thinking it's so obvious. So that's why I'm, really always trying to say this is the lens by which we have to focus on so many of these subtle things that really get overlooked, and including myself. So I'm not saying that, that I understand or I know exactly, how to do this or what to do, but I just am always learning every day that, it is about something very important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very much. So we had public comment. So let's finish this item. We don't have.
Mr. Mayor, can I address some of Councilwoman Member Biala's
Yes.
comments?
Thank you very much.
Part of the reason why we did pick Remy and Associates is they do work up and down the state. They win APA awards every year. They do pretty extensive outreach. I just wanted to point out on page 5 of the sampling plan, to your point about kind of meeting people where they are in life, there are specific targeted outreach to kind of people in grocery stores, renters, not just a survey like you were mentioning. So there is pretty extensive like I said, for lack of a technical term, kind of meeting people where they are in life, pop-up events and whatnot. And this is really a check-in meeting, just to say this is the overall thought. Part of why we picked Remy is the contract is written in such a way that, using the mayor's term, multiple bites at the apple. There will be multiple check-ins with the council in terms of, hey, this is what we originally thought. Is this working? Is this not? What are the thought process? Right. So we just don't want you or the rest of the council to feel like this is your only opportunity, but just wanted to clarify that this is a check-in meeting. And then Allison and I are here to further enhance whatever is in the contract. So farmers market, PTA, whatever we can do to further bolster what's in the contract in terms of. I just wanted to provide that framework in terms of definitely trying to meet people where they are in life. So not just a survey that's on the city website that no one can find. So,
All right.
May I make one question? Follow up.
One moment.
With what Guido said.
Just one moment.
Oh, no.
You pointed out page 5, and it talks about college students and environmental studies and that. And it reminded me that I do about 3 class presentations a month on campus about different topics. And if we had an interactive presentation where they had to like vote on things, like, do you like this or do you like this? And like Kathy said, we have to be very careful that we don't give them a limited choice. But I think that you would get the numbers up, 30, 50 every time you went to a class. You'd get a lot of participation as opposed to trying to do it at a table at a quad event. And then I thought, if you go to you said PTA, and it made me think of organizing assemblies or something where you get 3rd graders, 5th graders, high school kids. I mean, they don't have assemblies, but you have assemblies and you have 100 kids telling you what they want. It would be really precious for us to know how to serve that age group. And that's often an age group that we get complaints from parents that we're not doing enough for the young kids because we're not thinking the way that they think. That's all I had. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I was just thinking, because I know you participated, as I did, in the Marina High School mentoring program. And every time I'm interacting with the high school, I am just so impressed by those kids. And it's really, it makes my day. And so we have Marina High School, who's very active, in our community. But those folks, I think those kids would just love to give us, a lot of feedback. And they're actually pretty mature. I'm always very impressed by their insights and their the things that they talk about, in the mentoring program, in their senior defense things, in their mock interviews for jobs. They have really reached out to our community. So I would add college students and the high school, Marina High School, as well. And I was going to ask our community director, is that so we have the consultant and but it's you guys in planning that are really executing this, correct? Or are they involved in any of the outreach stuff in our community? They are. So it's but you would be our contact people
or
for any of these outreaches. That you are the contact, not the consultant.
Allison and I are the main staff people. Obviously, Troy and Remy and Associates are supporting us.
Right, but they're not going to be here on site generally.
No, they've done a good mix in the contract of like the first GPAC, they're here. There'll be a good mix of virtual and in-person pop-up GPAC. So there's a good mix.
I see. Okay,
So
thank you. Thank you.
One other comment that came up is, all year round, there's some sport at high school going on, and the coaches are very amenable to having you give 5 minutes of your time to talk to the kids. So you could go to any team sport for 5 or 10 minutes and get their feedback about what they want in Marina and give them a little bit of training, so they know the kinds of things you're looking for. But I think that would be a really good group of kids. They'd be very active and forthcoming with their comments.
Yeah, we've reached out to the superintendent and then Principal Tyson. definitely would love to see some opportunities for us to talk with the kids. We're definitely.
And through the mayor, through this iterative process we're going through, like we said, this is one of multiple bites at the apple. If during the course of this process, you're hearing from the community, hey, we don't feel like we're tied into this, please email Allison and I, and please connect us with those stakeholders, and we will more than willing to take the time out to, because we want this to be a very inclusive process, and you're the face of the community and the connection. So I think, yeah.
I think we're ready to conclude here. I think it's kind of interesting the way it's written in the staff report. Receive your presentation and accept the plan as presented. Doesn't leave us much room, but it's been a great plan, great presentation. And interesting. So we don't have to vote. We just say thank you. Thank you very much, Troy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we move on to 13B, Engine Parkway. Ryan McMinn, our Public Works Director, has been working very hard on this for years. Thank you, Brian.
Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, Public Works Director. As the mayor said, I may have been working hard, but there have been a lot of other people that have been more, doing the lion's share of the work. It's been a long road. Project's always been about 1.7 miles, but it's taken us a while to get here. So it's been about 6 years since council has awarded the contract for the design of this project, and we're finally here tonight with recommendation to award construction contract. So I'll start out with that. Recommended for the city council is awarding the Imjin Parkway widening project to Monterey Peninsula Engineering of Marina, California, for the amount of $27,782,058.47. That's the largest contract I've ever had in my career. Authorizing the city manager to execute contract documents and all change orders on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney, and authorizing the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary issues. So, Edry, our senior engineer, he has a presentation to kind of go over an overview of what the project itself is. I'll say that council authorized the call for bids. We did receive 5 bids in this project. All 5 of them were within the range of the engineer's estimate, which was 29 million to 34 million, which is very fortunate for us and Tennessee and the community at large because of a lot of the concerns we've had with escalating construction costs. So it's fortunate that we're able to award this contract. We opened bids January 31st, and it's been 2 months. So typically we don't wait that long to get to council with an award. But because this is state funded, there are certain hoops that we have to jump through before we can actually award contracts. And one of those was the California Transportation Commission at their last meeting in March allocated the last 1.25 million of funding for this to make this a complete project, completely funded project. Edry will go over the breakdown of that funding, and then after Edry's presentation, I'll have some wrap up. And I do know we do have representatives from MP or WA will speak as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Edry.
Thank you, Brian, members of the council. Edry de los Santos with the engineering division of CSG. Been working with Kinley Horn on this project for about 13 years, my entire tenure with the city of Marina. And the project itself has a long life because it had, as Brian pointed out, a lot of hoops to jump through. So tonight we're just going to have a very brief overview of what the project is, some of the traffic safety impacts to the city. We're going to show you generally what the next few months are going to be for the project itself. And then, as Brian said, we're going to share what the funding summary is, how we are able to construct such a large project. Really, it's through heavy cooperation with our local partners. And we're very thankful to work with TMC and all their stakeholders to get this project off the ground. So first off, the project itself is highlighted here in the corridor of Imjin Parkway. It's going to widen Imjin Parkway from Imjin Road to Reservation Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, about 1.7, 1.8 miles, from right-of-way clearance to design measures to environmental clearance and resolving all easements and interested parties. The entire project cost is almost $44 million. A very large project, probably the largest CI project Marina has had to date. In terms of the amenities of the project, we're going to, along with these the 4 lanes, we'll also be installing 4 roundabouts, a Class 1 mixed-use bike path, on-street bike lanes that are buffered, also stormwater treatment areas, bioswales for the whole project, retaining walls, sound walls, new lighting for the corridor, and landscaping and irrigation, along with artwork for our roundabouts themselves. The roundabouts start at Imgen Road. Imgen Road, I believe, is actually going to get a new name, along with a roundabout at Marina Heights Drive. These roundabouts will also have new pedestrian and bicycle crossings and transitioning elements from the Class 2 bike lanes through the roundabouts, so that bikers can either travel through the roundabouts or travel on the pathways off the road on the Class 1 bike path. For the busier intersections like Abrams and Imgen, this will be designed to reduce the intersection delay about in half. Also, the grades at Preston Drive will be adjusted to lower the intersection to allow better sight distance for all the modes of travel as they approach the intersection. And we'll also improve the MSD bus stop over by Reservation Road, as well as the Army Corps entrance. We've been incorporating various project design elements, working heavily with the Army Corps to make sure all of their needs are met, including improvements to the signal at Reservation and Imgen Parkway, or adjusting the new turning configuration, as well as bicycle timing for the intersection. So that generally gives an overview of the improvements for the corridor. Next, we're going to talk about some of the safety characteristics of what we've designed into the project itself. Now, roundabouts have generally showed a reduction in crashes and crash severity. Although the numbers here are representative of 1 and 2 lane roundabouts, the studies show a significant reduction in crashes and the severity of crashes for roundabouts themselves. Now, when you talk about the design of the geometry for the roundabouts, they're designed in a way to reduce speeds through major intersections. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration found that travel speeds through intersections have, of course, a direct relation to pedestrian fatalities when pedestrians and vehicles are caused into an accident. So the benefits from the roundabouts and the way that roundabouts or geometry works, it prevents excessive speeds through these intersections and greatly reducing the likelihood of fatalities during a pedestrian vehicle accident. Now, for this whole corridor, the traffic engineers have estimated about a reduction in 1 minute. Now, what that means is that the travel speeds will be slower through the corridor, but the delays in travel will actually be reduced as well, which is why we have such a faster time travel through the corridor, even though the roundabout speeds and the corridor speeds will be slower. What this also means, though, is that our intersections, converting from traffic signals to roundabout, will have a reduction in emergency response, emergency response delay. What that means also is that if we have signal failure or gridlock, any type of power outage, that turns Imgen Parkway into a parking lot. Not so much for a roundabout. Power outages, natural disasters, where emergency response is critical, our roundabouts will continue to function and keep emergency responses effectiveness increased to about 15, 30% with our 1 minute interval reduction. Looking now at our whole project timeline from tonight through the end of construction, we've been working very closely with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, along with our partners for our environmental permits, the Big Sur Land Trust, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, Denise Duffing Association, Harrison Associates. They've all been collaborating with us very closely to get our clearance finalized. We're looking at a time frame between April and June, depending on when documents can be reviewed and recorded. We're also looking at a celebratory construction start. We're going to have a sort of construction ribbon cutting sometime in the June time period that we're going to be working with closely the contractor and TAMSI, as this is the first large regional Measure X project for TAMSI. So we want to kick this off correctly. Also, the construction timeline as we start in the June time period is about 570 working days. We'll be working from June through September of 2025. Note, though, that during this entire construction timeline, we will not be closing the corridor. We'll be actually continually having two-way travel on the corridor except for periods of transition. So when we're transitioning, phasing of construction, there'll be short time periods. We'll have to work at night, so not impact commuter travel. But we'll be working to make sure that travel through the corridor is as smooth as possible and continued two-way travel as long as possible. That requires a lot of coordination, of course. And we're, again, thankful for all the stakeholders. We'll be meeting with them shortly in the months of April and May to solidify construction scheduling and making sure all their needs are met. The final slide here we have is about funding. Now, again, as I stated in the beginning, this project could not have gotten off the ground without the major support of TAMC and all of their staff. From our $18.25 million Measure X and them helping us, like TAMC helping us garner $20.25 million of Senate Bill 1 local partnership program funding. And as Brian stated, the last bit of funding was just secured back in March. So now we have a total funding of the entire project of $4.45 million. We're very thankful for all the partners that have helped us get to this point. We're open to any questions regarding any of the project overviews, safety, any of the environmental clearance process, especially the funding summary. Brian, I'll turn it over to you to close off the presentation.
Thank you, Edry. The other piece of this obviously is public outreach. We spent a lot of time talking about public outreach tonight already. I will say the most recent large impact project like this was the Holman Highway roundabout. Pretty extensive coordination and public outreach on that project. We're working with TAMC as well on this project, and we have the same construction management team that delivered the Holman Highway project. So part of the Harris contract is that outreach piece, bringing on the public outreach aspects of websites set up for information, getting the latest information out to the public, and we're looking into setting up a similar system where people can subscribe to updates through text as to when different changes are going to happen and that might impact their commute. This route itself, the regional route, about 20,000 average daily trips going through this corridor. We won't be able to fit that many with one lane going each direction during construction, but motorists will have the option still to go down Reservation in Del Monte. And you've seen that we've done a lot of work in preparation for that, getting Reservation Road into a state where we're not going to have to do a whole lot of work on it over this next couple of years to hold it together and to accommodate alternatives for the traffic that goes on that regional route. And also, Harris will be heading up our stakeholder outreach. So we'll have regular meetings with stakeholders that will be impacted by the traffic changes in there. And that's a lot of the similar stakeholders that were involved with the Holman Highway project. So they have experience reaching out to keep those people informed. With that, I think, if City Council has any questions of staff, we'd be happy to answer those.
All right, Brian. Well, it's going to be exciting to see how many languages you persuade TAMC to communicate in their outreach. Where does that funding page, it totaled 40.5 million, it didn't seem to include the 1 to 2 million that we just received in March.
It was included in, originally we had 19 million in local pavement partnership funds, and I don't know if we can bring up that one slide.
And now it's 20.25.
Now it's 20.25. Also, originally there was 17 million of Measure X, and TAMC recently added another 1.25 of that to make that an 18.25 million. And, for a project of this magnitude, we're contributing a whole $2 million and a heck of a lot of stuff.
And that $2 million didn't come from us.
It's the impact fees.
So it's sort of a fact that the general fund is not spending a penny except for paying staff all these years to do the work that they do.
Well, actually, a lot of that gets charged up to the project as well.
Right. And this is for the whole county, so that's partly why we're not funding it more than we are. When there's power outages, this is my last question. It's not a clarifying question. So I'm not gonna say that one. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I'll wait until we're over the cut. This is kind of silly, but yeah.
You voted for it. All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not gonna wait. As was mentioned, this is one of the largest projects that we've kind of undertaken in a long time, maybe ever. I have a number of questions about design. I understand that design was already approved, but given that this is such a big deal for the city of Marina, I think it's prudent and appropriate if we have questions about design to bring that up.
Not now, but in a few minutes.
Okay.
They're not clarifying questions.
And I can do that. It's a little bit clarifying based on the presentation, but I can certainly wait. A couple other questions though about what Edry said. He mentioned lighting. Who's going to own that lighting? Is that like PG&E poles or is that City of Marina?
No, those would be City of Marina lights.
Are we purchasing extra poles so that we don't run into those supply chain problems? And
I don't think that we have any. I don't think it's in the contract to purchase extra poles at this point.
okay. Are you worried that we may have those same supply chain problems if one is damaged?
Well, it's hard to say what the supply chain is going to be in 2 years, but if it's that becomes a concern, we can always have a spare pole on hand, ready to go in.
So, Councilmember McCarthy, just for all of our learning experience, the city attorney said that that wasn't a clarifying question.
Okay, fair enough. I can certainly wait. I think this is a clarifying question. What is a change order in this context?
So a change order will come up on a construction project due to unforeseen conditions. When we go into design, we do, standard level of care in trying to identify subsurface issues that might come up, but obviously we can't uncover everything that's out there. A lot of times you'll encounter those things when you're getting into the grading or into the subgrade for the roadway itself. And so those are typically the way change orders come up. It's more unforeseen conditions, and contracts typically will have contingency on them so that we can address those, and the city manager has the authority to execute those change orders, keep the project moving forward when you have a contractor mobilized with a lot of equipment and delays cost a lot of money.
Okay, so the staff report says that the city manager has the authority to approve all change orders, but is it reasonable to assume that if it's super controversial, for some reason, if there's a change order that doesn't mean that it might not come to this body. It was some change order that was requested. That was very controversial.
Right, or if there's something that looks like it's gonna exceed beyond our contingencies or something, yes, we would come back.
Okay, that's it for me. No.
All right, thank you, Ryan. And one definition of a clarifying question I just received was if it's a legitimate question and it can't wait. And I suppose there's other add-ons like, and it has to be related to the staff report and that kind of thing. But we're all learning, and I think our city attorney is preparing uh, uh, an agenda item for us to have a discussion about what this means because it's new to all of us. Okay. So at this time, let's go to the public. Welcome back, Denise Turley.
Hi, thank you. Just a couple of things. First question is, one roundabout going to be done at a time, or would be more than one be worked on, so that there's the possibility that you're closing both Preston and Abrams at the same time? Landlocking those of us here to our homes or out of our homes, depending on when you start the project. Number two is along that same line, please pay attention to your third shift worker. There are every shift live in Preston and Abrams. So if you are coming home at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, or leaving at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning, we want to know that we can get in and out. The other day I went to go out through Sea Haven, and there was a road closure, and because it was so windy, the sign was just an easel, and it had died long a time ago. So an easel sign in heavy wind is useless if it's face down on the ground. So we need access in and out, and proper signage so we know what to do and don't unintentionally get in the way of work that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. I made a mistake, but let's just go with this. Anyone else online that wants to speak, and then we'll go to the people here in person. All right, we'll close. We'll go now to public comment in person. Thank you, Paul, for being patient, and welcome back.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Paul Bruno, with Monterey Fence Engineering. This is a very exciting project. 20 years ago, I wasn't a fan of the roundabouts. I didn't think they were going to work, especially one up on Highway 68, and I was absolutely wrong. So we've built a lot of roundabouts. I'm happy to build some more. So look forward to working with the city. Looking forward to working with Harris, outstanding group there. We will do our best to have our phone numbers. We'll be reachable. And let's do the best thing we can out there in the project. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else rising to the podium, we'll close public comment and turn it over to Ryan again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Turley. Yes, that's definitely a great question. And we did think about this when we were designing the project, and that's why there are restrictions on which intersections can be in construction at the same time, and how traffic can be detoured, because we wanted to make sure that that situation didn't occur where Abrams Preston didn't have the ability to get out the way or have enough access to engines to make their travels, not too far away. So there are restrictions in the actual phasing of the project that address that. And then again, as far as the other piece of that is the outreach. As these transitions go into place, and having the outreach team reach out to those residents that are going to be affected by the transitions, and so that they know when these changes in traffic patterns are coming up.
Denise referred to the kind of signage that might be left in place for wind, et cetera.
Yes, well, we got the contractor here to hear this too, so it's all their traffic control or detour plans, they get reviewed by the project team, and they'll be out there on probably the sturdier barricades. And typically those barricades are sandbagged to keep them from tipping over too easily.
And I'm glad that the developers here, contractors here. I think Denise also referred to the third shift and hoping that at 5 a.m., 4 a.m., that there would be in and out burgers provided to the third shift workers. Is that going to happen? And she said specifically in and out.
I think she was referring to the residents that stayed in Abrams and Preston Park.
Okay. All right. Any further comments or questions from council? We wrap up. Let's go to Councilmember Wisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I waited. Yes, this is a question probably for Mr. McMinn. What Council Member McCarthy suggested to have one or more spare streetlights in stock. I would vote for that, especially whatever streetlights are being installed at the roundabouts. Because we need people learn how to drive them. And if they're double-headed ones, I know they're very expensive. So I appreciate that question. Because I think or suggest. So what do you agree, or is it not doable, or
I agree that it's good for public works to have materials on hand to be able to respond quickly. And as we okay, so uh, so as we worked with the designers on the roundabouts and where to actually site the lights themselves, there are certain areas on roundabouts that we know are kind of the runoff locations for people that fail to negotiate them properly, usually due to higher speeds and other external influences. And those are the areas where we try to avoid putting those types of things so that they don't get hit.
Mayor, I think this is the first, we have our first change order before we even approve the contract.
50 light posts, ready to go. So, yeah, and about a little bit more about roundabouts being from Europe. I already knew they work, and I'm very excited that we'll have more. And but I'm wondering how we can teach people. Can we? I just quickly Googled, how to drive in a roundabout USA, and maybe we can put a link on the website. I don't know how to reach, or like a public outreach, maybe do a link.
Yes, absolutely. And um, Tamsi was, you know, very instrumental in that with the Holman Highway as well. And I kind of anticipate that this is going to be the education for this will ramp up as we get closer to opening the roundabouts. Um, and I think Tamsi probably still has the instructional videos out there, but I think the promotion of that and really getting it out to the public will ramp up as we get closer to actually opening the roundabouts.
Thank you. I just have one more remark only, because if anybody has never seen Mythbusters, the episode about the roundabouts versus the four-way stop, I think it's from 2013. It was older, but it's pretty hilarious. And the end, if I remember correctly, the end with get with the program, US. So thank you for this. Thank you very much. And good luck with the project.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Very short. And thank you, Edry, for growing up with this project. It's amazing. It's taken 12 years or whatever, but it is a huge project. And we have the first of us being the first project completed under Measure J, as we said, correct?
Measure X.
Yeah, Measure X. Got water in my mind. Measure X, yeah. So, just wanted to clarify for you, because we already went through this horrible episode of people being so resistant to roundabouts. So some of the videos, educational things we had talked about in council, I remember that when our first, roundabouts went in. So I'm thinking that in terms of outreach, it's just merely people being concerned about the disruption to traffic and that kind of stuff. Uh, Are you expecting that there's like Holman, definitely people thought it wasn't going to work. This is a terrible thing. And so the public outreach, I think, was very controversial issue. But for us on IMGN widening, are we anticipating that people are going to say we don't want it, that it doesn't make sense? I mean, I would be amazed if that was so.
I I anticipate that, yeah, there will be people that say it's not gonna work, and, there will be outreach throughout it, and one of the initial pieces, yeah, we're bringing this contract to be awarded tonight, but as we ramp up for the outreach, one thing I've asked for is kind of the elevator speech and all the talking points, and start going on start making the rounds and talking to the different groups and have that ready for any time that that question comes up.
Okay, because people in Marina now accept our roundabouts, correct? I mean, isn't that a basic assumption that I can safely make at this point?
I don't know that I've seen a whole lot publicly coming out about it recently. Although I would say Lane and I were standing in a roundabout over there at Seaside Circle and Reservation one day. I forget what we were looking at, landscaping or something, and somebody drove by in a truck and said, "This was the worst idea. I never should have put this in." And of course, kind of the passive aggressive response as they drove off, and I wish they had stuck around longer, and so I could ask them, well, I guess really preferred stopping at a stop sign every time you came to this intersection. But so yeah, we haven't heard any groundswell or anything, but we'll have the talking points and the education points.
Yeah. And we do
Okay.
know that in Marina, it has decreased, our traffic accidents because of our roundabouts. Isn't that what you said?
No, we got our police chief here. Our most recent one at Del Monte and Beach, we've had certain single vehicles. I'll call it
Del Monte Beach?
Did I say Del Monte Beach? Yes.
That's not a roundabout.
Del Monte Beach, yes. The last one that MPE built for the city.
Oh, oh, right, right, right. I was thinking down near,
No.
down near.
We haven't built that one yet.
Isn't that also Del Monte and Beach?
That's reservation.
Reservation,
Beach.
that's right.
Yes. Yeah. But we have, I'll call them self-reflected, they do drive off and
Sure.
I say most of those can be kind of characterized as a certain type. I think we've had a higher rate on that one than any of our other roundabouts. But we also, recently received notice that we're getting highway safety improvement program funding to look at things that we can do to improve that one direction on that one.
Which direction is it?
It's the northbound direction of Del Monte.
That's because they think it's open to the landfill. I mean, it's open for 2 miles after that roundabout, so they start to speed up.
Yeah, you have to negotiate the roundabout first.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with my fellow council members. Growing up in DC, I've long been a huge fan of roundabouts. And I appreciate though that they also can be challenging. We need to educate the public. A little known fact, the only time in my life I've ever been called a foreigner was when I traversed a roundabout the wrong way in Ireland. So I do appreciate that they can be difficult. I'm curious about speed changes. Relative to the speed limits set today, what will speed limits look like after this is finished?
So the design speed for the corridor is 40 miles an hour. And so it is the slower speed, and that's achieved by having narrower lanes on the travel portion, and then also the roundabouts are going to kind of regulate the speed somewhat as well. So it's a slower speed, but as Idris showed, it's a shorter throughput time because you don't have the intersection delays there, and so the other benefit of not having the traffic signals, you don't have vehicle idle times, you don't have the emissions. Um, and then slower speeds, um, lower injury rate accidents associated with roundabouts. So slower, safer, and a quicker throughput time in the corridor.
So today the speed limits are maybe 50 or 45.
Edri, do you recall, did that get reset? I think we went to 50 on some segments of Imshin with the last speed survey.
Correct.
And how confident, I saw the crosswalk design on the presentation. How confident are we that if someone is at that crosswalk wishing to cross, that they're going to be provided a quick opportunity to do so?
Well, I think it's going to be really quick because it's not contingent upon the signal timing for the other legs of an intersection like you have with traffic signals. So it's probably going to be just whatever's a safe warning for the motorist that a signal is about to change for the pedestrian crossing, and then they'll have the pedestrian crossing.
And this- maybe the last question for now is maybe a little controversial, but we have roundabouts in the city where there appears to be a single point of failure and multiple accidents in one particular spot. And in my opinion, that is indicative of a somewhat flawed design. Are we fairly confident that there is not going to be a single point of failure or an extremely high percentage of accidents in any one single spot in this design?
I would say the design engineering firm that we've had work on this, they're pretty much um, one of the leaders, at least in California, on the roundabout design. Have been doing a lot of work on roundabouts, and um, this design incorporates the latest as far as reducing speeds coming into the roundabouts themselves down to safer speeds. I think that's kind of what we're seeing at that Del Monte Beach. It's kind of getting the traffic slowed down before they get to the roundabout. Was the issue there.
I guess my last question is, I think it would be inappropriate not to address this letter or this correspondence we received regarding the contractor. Um, and I see that the contractor responded to that letter, and the person that wrote the letter or the entity is not here tonight. Have they in any other way sent further correspondence to the city based off the response from the contractor?
No, we have not had any other correspondence from the FFC group.
That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Following up on that last point, uh, what is staff's opinion on the exchange of letters regarding that topic?
Well, staff's opinion based on my experience, um, you know, any of these things can be opened against the contractor for investigation. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna be found that there were violations. And I think that's kind of one of the things we saw in this letter was it pointed out a lot of things that were brought up and opened. And so I think working with the city attorney's office and the evidence that's been provided us, just making sure that all those things have been addressed. If there were anything that needed to be followed up on. So
Do you mean cured for past potential violations, or do you mean to make sure they can't happen in this project?
well, to make sure that they can't happen in this project, that's why we have Harrison Associates on the project. And that's one of their key roles on any project that has state or federal funding on it is labor compliance. So they're going to be reviewing the certified payrolls and making sure that things are done properly.
All right. Emily Horn, is that the one you're talking about who's a leader in the field of roundabout construction?
Yes.
Was Kimberly Horn involved in or leading the construction of any of our 3 roundabouts on Reservation and Del Monte?
I'll turn to Edry and see what
No. No, the other, there were actually two separate design firms that designed Del Monte Beach and the other one, Reservation.
Okay. During power outages on IMGEN, are there any lights that need to work, like side street lights, not side street, but side lights so that people can see okay?
So, with the striping standards that go in on roadways now, they have reflective pavement markers that are in conjunction with the striping themselves. And then the signage themselves on the roundabouts, you see those chevron arrow signs directing people around it. And the pavement legends themselves, they have the glass beads that are embedded into the pavement marking themselves to make them more reflective at night in the absence of street lights. Um,
I'm not familiar with how much lighting is on that stretch of IMGEN Parkway now, but will there be less or more or the same when it's all done?
I don't, maybe Edry has a sense as well. I want to say
Have no lighting in between intersections.
we have no lighting in between, so it's all pretty much the roundabout intersections, which compared to the intersections that are out not there now, I would say there's gonna be more lighting because you're lighting each of the conflict points in the entrances and exits for the roundabouts.
Sorry, I need to make that clarification. Today, there is no lighting in between intersections. The design for the project will light the entire corridor.
That's a big change. And then as far as dark skies, what considerations have been made?
We've used industry and standard lighting for roadways safety. And so the heads themselves, they have a cutoff angle on them. And, I would explain to people, we've been using streetlights with cutoffs for quite some time. It's probably been quite a while since motorists have seen the lenses that actually stick down underneath to project the light out sideways. But now the reflectors are up into the light fixture themselves. So you don't have that portion of the light, that glowing portion sticking down below the light fixture itself, and that's kind of what tends to lead to a lot of that light first.
Thank you. I have 3 more questions, but My time is up. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to read a part of the staff report in response to some of the questions of these legal documents enclosed in our staff packet. But the FFC as a nonprofit does not meet the requirement to submit an official bid protest. So that is whether they have uh, issues they've defined, they're not allowed to register a protest in this case, right?
So, you're a city attorney, but, there are sections of our code, that kind of define that. And when we say somebody that has standing to file a bid protest, that would be like another bidder. Somebody that could potentially, if they bring something forward that was like a bid irregularity or something that would make it a non-responsive bid or something that, they have an unfair advantage against the other bidders, and they would have a vested interest in that protest. The FFC themselves were not a bidder in that situation.
And so I don't understand what their motivation to even file a protest. If they're not one of the bidders, that, you know,
I think their purpose for being is to, promote and make sure that, um, prevailing wage laws and stuff like that are
um, and this is just something I asked the city manager, but I want to say it here at the answer, and that is looking at the five bids. And I asked, do we always go with the lowest bidder? Because of course, if you're a consumer out there buying a product, not always you don't always go for the lowest price. But I was told that there are state very specific regulations that we must follow, and we must choose the lowest bidder. It's not based on our past experience or recommendations from someone else or whatever. It's strictly based on the lowest
I would suggest that that's state law, but, I don't have the set of plans and specifications for this project here, which would, I don't know, hopefully this table would be able to hold up under it.
Yeah.
And that's what's a big difference on these construction contracts is it's specified very,
Yes.
very strictly as to what the requirements of the contract are. So it's not a matter of, and there are, you know, standards for testing and quality assurance, and quality control that go into each of these contracts. So it's not a question of, you know, we went with the low bid, we're not gonna get as good a project. That's why we have a management and inspection team. Contractor agrees to deliver the project as bid and specified, and our team is there to make sure that the city receives that.
Great, thank you. And one last question is, you said that there's going to be artwork in the roundabouts. What is the process for that? Can we make a local contest for artists to submit?
So as we brought this to the Recreation and Cultural Services and Public Works Commission, we went over this fairly extensively with them, and it's something we call a deferred submittal. Um, we didn't we didn't put in the package, hey, contractor, you're going to do each of these panels, and they have to be exactly like this. What we did is we said, hey, the panels are going to have a certain foundation. They're going to be made of this material of these dimensions, and as we go through the process, it was open so that we could go through the process to select a local artist to come up with designs on these, basically a large sheet of metal that the pictures are going to be cut into, and each of the roundabouts was going to have a separate thing. So we have the military history, the natural environment, the aquatic environment, and then the recreational activities. So those were the four themes for the roundabout.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
So following up on that, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and our agenda that now has a appreciation of Native Americans. It would seem like if we're going to do a big art project before roundabouts, that would be the time. But there's so many themes that can't be covered in four. But is there any opportunity for the themes to be opened up to change, or is that a done deal?
Well, it went through a process. I mean, I guess we could revisit a process to make the change.
In that process, Brian, do you remember anyone suggesting Native American as an option?
I don't know that it really came up.
Really? Edry,
Actually, one
did
of
we
the
have diversity? Do we have
Yes.
diversity or culture? Yes, we do have
diversity
culture.
is was one of the added approved themes of the
Okay,
hearing.
so I was probably wrong. There was the natural environment,
Mhm.
diversity, military history, and then was the other one recreation or?
Correct.
So the diversity theme is on one of the four roundabouts artwork.
Yes, right.
And when we say diversity theme, do we mean people of different nationalities, or what do we mean by diversity?
That's as far as we've defined it so far.
Huh.
So I think bringing on the artist, there's room for that.
Okay, great, great, great. All right, police question. As we do outreach for this project, and people who don't like roundabouts, or, there's gonna be concerns expressed, it would be nice to be able to tell them the Federal Highway Administration finds the statistics that roundabouts are safer. And specifically in Marina, we've had 3 roundabouts for X years, and here's the data. We're getting it. We have a new police record system. I don't know if it incorporates old police data, but can we do a data analysis and tell the public and the council how those roundabouts have fared in the realm of accidents?
Actually, I don't know if we need the police chief to answer that one. Edgar is raising his hand. The city recently completed the local road safety plan that puts the data at all our intersections. So we should be able to pull that information out of that report fairly quickly.
So it'd be nice to have like a fact sheet on roundabouts that included that information and some of the information that you showed us tonight, which is easy to copy from the Federal Highway Administration or whatever federal agency that was. I might get it wrong. Those are really great stats. And it's been a long time since we built a roundabout, so it'd be a good time to get them out again. My last 2 questions are kind of fun. When TAMC did the Holman Highway, they produced bumper stickers that said, "I love roundabouts," with a Highway 68 circle on it. Ours would have to say, we can't say 68. We can't even say whatever number this is, but what's the number of this highway? 19? Doesn't it have a number to it on like
No, I don't
CA
think it's,
something?
I don't think it's the state that's route on it.
Anyway, bumper stickers would be great.
We'll mention that to Hampton and see if they'll generate a new.
Tell them they did it for Holman Highway. Wasn't that a smaller project than Engine, or was it bigger?
It's only one roundabout. We got 4.
Yeah, but it was right, there you go. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. And my last one is the most fun. You talked about having an elevator speech or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that Paul Bruno would be the spokesperson, his testimonial that he gave tonight. That was pretty good. All right, that's all I got. Let's go back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. To the north, it seems like some of the aprons in the unincorporated area have been created where they didn't exist before. Maybe I'm using the wrong word, but there's like a driveway into some of the dirt lots or
along Indian.
Yeah, on the north side. Is that something that the county asked us to do, or?
So depending on where it is along that, you may be seeing connections closer to reservation. There's connections to trails, existing trails kind of in that area. Trying to maintain that connectivity. There's you may see connections to Marina Coast Water District facilities out there that they maintain. But without specifically exactly which one.
I'm just looking at the presentation and several of these kind of cutouts seem to go much farther than they did previously. And I'm just wondering, are we proactively just providing that to or will we ask?
Or are you looking for at like Preston Abrams?
No, I'm talking about some of these areas that right now go into dirt roads, if you will, or dirt paths. It seems like we are creating some pavement that goes into that area that didn't exist before.
We have existing ownership along the corridor who have access to Imshin Parkway. So we've coordinated with those to see what kind of access is required, what kind of entrances they need, and we establish those entrances along the corridor.
Okay, so those areas are really within our jurisdiction. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
It's
all,
please.
yeah, all of the construction is taking place within the right of way. So we've gone through right of way acquisition process. So, any of that, I think there's only one or two areas where we have temporary construction easements, but the actual physical improvements themselves will be within the right of way.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, the mayor reminded me about dark skies, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to belabor the point. I've been a big fan of dark skies. And are these lights going to be much more like General Jim Moore, where they're a little bit lower to the ground? And
I'm not sure if the General Jim Moore, the decorative ones that kind of come over, um, not necessarily a fan of those. Just from a efficiency of lighting standpoint, the fixtures themselves are more industry standard to get the light down on roadways. And so I'm not sure. We can do some research to see how that relates to dark skies. And if there's, you know, I just don't know how that relates to it.
which I know these are kind of in these wildlife corridors, right, north of Indian, it has a lot of open space. Can we at least look at if there's a possibility of putting shields on the wildlife side so that the light doesn't go where it doesn't need to go? Seems like that would not create a large cost.
Yeah, we should take a look at that. And for each fixture, there's a photometric diagram that shows how the light disperses from that. And we can see if that's going to be encroaching off to the roadway. But generally, the fixtures, especially going to LED and the optics on them, they're getting much more efficient at putting the light on the road where we want it on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more question, Mr. McQuinn. You mentioned the bus stop will be improved as well. Will there be enough space to park scooters and maybe also bicycles?
Well, I don't know, Edry, there probably will be some space behind where the actual platform waiting. Yeah, I would think there would be room for scooters.
I hope so. That's how we want people to reach the bus stops with the regular service. So if it's not in there, I hope that something can be added, Mr. Bruno.
Well,
Okay.
we're not trying to create change orders just yet, but we'll take a look.
That's right. No, but I think being serious now. I think for any improvement in the future, we need to really look at parking spaces for scooters and bicycles. Um, Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biella?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a motion. Doesn't seem like there are any other comments. So I'd like to motion to adopt the resolution number 2023XX awarding the Imjin Parkway widening project to the Monterey Peninsula Engineering of Marina, California, for the amount of $27,782,058.47, authorizing the city manager to execute contract documents and all change orders on behalf of the city subject to final review and approval by the city attorney, and authorizing the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries.
Okay, Councilmember Vischer seconds it. Brian, you mentioned 40 miles per hour design. And if 85% of the people, or whatever the law is that dictates how high the speed limit needs to be, what happens if it's designed for 40 and people are driving so fast that the state requires us to increase the speed limit to 45 or 50 over time?
Then the engineering traffic study would indicate that. So,
Would that stop the increases?
the what?
With the engineering design at 40?
No, that's what it's designed for. As kind of the basis for design. And like I said, because there's a 40 mile an hour speed design for for that segment, we were able to go with narrower lanes, which tend to encourage slower speeds. And with the idea that we can maintain slower speeds going forward.
So go ahead, Wayne.
And this is where the design of 4 roundabouts in a row really is gonna help on the speed. Because right now, when you go down the corridor, the stoplight, and you have long stretches, but with the roundabouts, it's gonna force them, they have to slow down to that 20 to 30 miles an hour, and they come out and then they start accelerating. Unless they gun it, you're gonna be at the next roundabout slowing down in 20, 30, and so I think these really effectively are really gonna help control those speeds a lot better.
What will we do if there's a lot of accidents because people are going too fast and they're having accidents? Will we do anything?
Well, I would think that we would start with focused enforcement of speeds on engine parking.
Okay. And then back to my other question. I think the state law has changed. I'm ignorant about the new state law, but is it possible that because of faster speeds than designed and that we would like, that we may have our hands forced to increase the speed limit like we have done in the past?
That may be the case.
And if that's the case, and the speed limit goes to 45 posted and maybe to 50 posted, are, is this roadway engineered at 40? Is it unsafe? Is it become unsafe at 45 or 50? Even though we have to put it posted at 45 or 50?
I think that's a question we can pose to our design engineers. If we
Okay.
looking at that.
You're on. Okay.
Yeah.
My last question. So what? We do all this work and the bridge is still the bridge. So do we get people through faster, or do they just jam up more when they get to Third Avenue and Fourth Avenue and Second Avenue?
So I don't know that we've got a signal coordination project. Do we have anything like that on the downstream end?
And we do have it in our LRSP to link the signal timing for the corridor. We also have coordination with Caltrans for that bridge signal. Of course, they have their signal timing fixed in, but yeah, I know we do have in our local roadway safety plan the corridor improvement for the signals.
So it's a matter of tracking the grand dollars.
The grand dollars of putting in a new clover leaf or something like that.
No, in this case, we're talking about signal interconnects so that the signal timing can be sequenced so that it flows traffic.
Well, the only signals we're gonna have are Third Avenue and Second Avenue.
In California and Abrams West.
Right. So today, the congestion is where there's one lane each direction, which is gonna be fixed, and the congestion is on the bridge and then backing up from the bridge because of the bridge. So when you unlock the congestion, where currently it's one way each direction, how is that?
So the other aspect of the signal timing is that you can kind of meter those through to get to the bridge as well. So you might have times where you have to delay some of the traffic further upstream so that traffic downstream.
Okay, so do you predict then that between Second Avenue and Imgen Parkway and the off ramps going north and south on the other side, on the west side of the bridge, you predict that the congestion we see today will get worse or get better because of this project?
I think it's going to get worse regardless going forward just because of traffic growth.
All right. So then people are going to say, see, it got worse after you did this project.
Then we'll go talk to Tamsin and say, hey, we made a bigger project.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Manager Imam.
I just want to pull out, if Adri, if you can bring the slide. So we talked about the class 1 bike lane, but it really is making a significant improvement to our um, bike trails. So it's currently right now, if you take Reservation Road and you're going south, that kind of dead ends right now at Imgen, and then you have to get onto the roadway and go all the way up to um, Abrams Drive before you can get off the roadway again. And so, yeah, so right now from Reservation, you don't. We have a great off-road trail from our reservation down to Salinas Avenue, and but then as you go south to Imgen, it ends right there. And then if you're on a bike, you have to get onto Imgen Road. You do not have any off-road trail. And so what this design does is on Reservation Road, that bike trail, you can pick up right up there at Imgen off-road and follow it all the way down the corridor. And so that's a huge connection to our off-road bike system that we really haven't highlighted. But it's a huge safety feature that it's now connecting this major part of our bike system.
And other great features that we haven't covered yet, fiber optic conduit in place as part of the project on this segment. And so that'll be going in. Um, something else. Oh, and future bus rapid transit plans for the multimodal corridor. As we designed it early on in the project, we had designers take a pass at, would there be enough room for this future bus rapid transit line, a separate busway up to the south? And for that reason, that's why the Imaging Parkway improvements are as far to the north in this corridor as we can. So we've done our best to future-proof the project as we make this investment.
All right, so we have a motion, we're ready to vote.
Mayor, comment if I may.
Sorry, go ahead and speak.
No problem. You, you talked about this phenomenon called speed creep, and I think it's really important. And although it applies to a road other than Imgen as well, one of the tools you alluded to that we have in our toolbox to try to avoid that is enforcement and radar, LiDAR, those kind of things. And I think we're foolish if we don't look at using that tool and how it can benefit us. And I don't. When I first moved to Marina, the rumor was you don't speed in Marina, you're going to get a ticket. I think that's kind of gone away, and so not really super relative to this project, but I hope we can continue that discussion as we allocate budgets and resources down the line. Thank you.
We go with the suggestion to have more than less uh, light replacements. Is that something we take up during the budget session? It's not part of this?
No, we're going to talk to the contractor about it, and we'll figure out get the correct number of additional poles and just do a change order on that.
We also have the option of purchasing it ourselves.
A couple years ago, I'll need them. For the construction. And then the next day, we'll need a whole lot. Okay, so I guess we're ready to vote. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. So that post passes us voting unanimously. And Christina Medina Dirksen, our mayor pro tem, left at 8 o'clock. Maybe that should be noted in the notes. All right, so we have just our little house, cleanup items. The mayor's meeting, the Monterey County Mayors Association, and the Mayor's Select Committee. That's the second one that does the work of picking. So we nominated about 6 people or 8 people to be on the California Coastal Commission nomination list. Unfortunately, none of us made it. They appointed Justin Cummings, a county supervisor for Santa Cruz County. But I hear he's a fantastic with environmental justice and environmental natural resources. So I think we have a good representative there. That was the focus of that meeting. And we meet again. This Friday was canceled, so we'll meet again next month. Okay, now we go to any council member that would like to talk about meetings that he or she have been to. Let's go to Councilmember Bisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the MST board meeting, and the board approved CEQA exemptions for the SURF busway and the bus rapid transit project. The board meets every first Monday of the month at 10 a.m. and members of the public are welcome to attend either in person or via Zoom. The website is mst.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any others? Okay, staff, any informational reports? So then we will adjourn, and I especially want to thank all of you sitting on the table for being here all night. And even if, I just think together we're better hearing all this together, even if we're not all participating. Like Juan, who's writing the checks, but he's not saying anything. And Doug is gonna go save everybody that runs over the roundabouts. He's not saying anything. And we wouldn't be here without Matt because we wouldn't have anyone to talk to Fred behind the scene there. Thank you, Fred, for doing AMP for us. Okay, this meeting's adjourned.